loss, you may qualify to enroll now. 9 in 10 enrolling get financial help for plans that include preventive care, prescriptions, and more. And if you meet certain income levels, you may qualify for low to no-cost coverage. Find your plan at getcovered.nj.gov.
South Jersey's home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
I am the voice of the voiceless.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Friday edition of the Sports Bash, Labor Day weekend, the first full weekend of college football. Less than a week away from the start of the NFL season. All that and more, and the Phillies are back in action. And an interesting series in San Francisco. All that and more today. I'm Josh Hennig, filling for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, where you can qualify to win Stain tickets. Yes, we have been taking qualifiers all week. Today is the last couple hours that you have to qualify to win tickets to go see Stain. Jump on 973ESPN.com or the 973 ESPN mobile app. Fill out the form, and we'll give away 5 pairs of tickets later in the show. Boy, we have a busy show for you. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City at 2:40 p.m. Steve Buchanan from DraftKings, MLB Analyst, will join me coming up at 3 p.m. Pete Thompson is moving up earlier into the show because we just got so much to squeeze into the show today. He will jumping on at 3:25 p.m. So happy hour Friday with the PT is about an hour and a half earlier today. Also today on the show, Adam Caplan, Football at 4, NFL Insider. The latest from Eagles camp. What does the Andre Dillard injury mean at camp for the roster moving forward? Also, I got a special guest for you guys each week on game night with me, Josh Hennig. During the football season, we will be talking with 1992 Heisman Trophy winner Gino Torretta. Well, Gino has agreed to come on at a different time today. 4:25 p.m., you will hear from the Heisman Trophy winner his thoughts on the weekend in college football, along with a Touchdown Radio Network Game of the Week, which can be heard right here every week on 97.3 ESPN FM. And then in the 5 o'clock hour, the drive you home, we got a lot of football. He's back. The football scientist, Casey Joyner. One thought on every team instead of one thought on every game. And then the latest Eagles NFL news with Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports at 5:30. And as always, you can join the conversation as well. 609-403 0973 is the text board. You also get DM the show through the 973 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. So now that we set the groundwork for the day at hand, let's get to the news at hand. And probably the biggest news of the day is the Eagles roster is going to be taking some more metamorphosis, shall we call it, because Andre Dillard is going to be out for an indefinite amount of time with what is called a non-displaced fracture in his arm. So the good news is a non-displaced fracture is usually something that can heal on its own with a brace or a cast and doesn't need surgery. The bad news is he was your backup for Mailata, and without him, you got to go into the season now with a reshuffled roster. Now, we know that the Eagles already had LaRaven Clark on the practice squad. They have Jack Driscoll in the building as well on the roster. So there's a few different ways they can go with this. And considering they just signed Davion Taylor back to the practice squad, I'm going to go with the working assumption that this team is trying to maintain its depth as much as possible. And a day like today is evidence of that. It's not that Taylor's injury is going to hurt this team because, Dillard's injury is going to hurt this team because realistically, he's just a backup left tackle at this point anyway. But what it does is it reshuffles parts of the roster and it makes you ask questions. If Mailata goes out with cramps, let's say in the second quarter on the first game of the season, who comes in? Is it LaRaven Clark or is it Jack Driscoll? I hope it's not Josh Sills. I'll just say it that way. No offense to Sills, but the Eagles can tell me all they want. This guy has been cross-training at multiple positions, but I've seen Jack Driscoll play. I've seen LaRaven Clark play. Josh Sills is just a dude at this point. He's a versatile dude. Good for him. So it's going to be an interesting thing to see how this roster continues to formulate. You can only hope that there's no more injuries. Now, is it a situation where they put Dillard on the short-term injured list and then put LaRaven Clark from the practice squad on the main roster? Is that what they do here? Or do they reshuffle this roster in another way? And what they do with the practice squad will impact what they do with the roster and vice versa. It's an interesting ebb and flow to say that at 4 p.m. on Tuesday, as I've told you guys, was the first 53. And now with the claiming of Trey Sermon yesterday off of waivers, with the trade for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson on Tuesday, and then the trade of Jalen Reagor, this team is taking a very different shape than what we thought it was going to be when we woke up on Tuesday morning, if you woke up before 11 a.m. It's not that any of these moves, in my opinion, make or break this team, but it is definitely something to keep an eye on. Now, we didn't have a lot of time to talk about the Trey Sermon pickup yesterday because it happened later in the show. And by the time the news came down, football at 4 had already passed, and we didn't get a lot of chance to get into it at that point in time. But I think that there's a couple things that are interesting to me, at least. Number one, Trey Sermon is a very physical running back, but he's also a little one-dimensional. So are you bringing him in just because he's a power back? Are you bringing him for depth purposes? Like, what is the plan here? That's my number one question. Because you already got Kennedy Brooks on the practice squad. You already got LaMichael P. Ryan on the practice squad. So you got all these different guys in the system already. Well, what's next? And I think that's part of what I'm curious to see what this team does. Look, I've talked a lot about the running back position. I don't dislike Trey Sermon. I don't think he's a bad player. But my question for the Eagles is, what are we really doing here? Are we bringing people in who are the best options for this team? Or are we just bringing in bodies? Because my biggest question with the running back position is, I told you guys before, Miles Sanders doesn't stay healthy. So what you're doing is you're leaning heavily on Boston Scott and Kenny Gainwell to do their job. Well, the problem with Gainwell and with some of these guys is that they have limitations. These are guys who, let's be realistic, they are not power backs. They themselves are almost one-dimensional in and of itself. But so is Trey Sermon. So why are we bringing in just one-dimensional guys? I'm not saying LaMichael P. Ryan is the answer to all their problems, because he's not. Obviously, he struggled on a bad team with the Jets to get a lot of playing time. But LaMichael P. Ryan does something that Trey Sermon doesn't, which is be an active weapon out of the backfield as a receiver. Also, what is up with the Eagles only signing all these guys who played with Jalen Hurts? Like, look, I'm all for putting the best team around Jalen Hurts, but do we really need Kennedy Brooks and Trey Sermon? I get it. They both played with him in Oklahoma in 2009, but that was 3 years ago. I mean, does Jalen Hurts really have that much of an attachment to these guys? You got to bring in all of his former teammates. Again, these are questions I'm putting out into. I'm just putting it out there, okay? I'm not saying, deciding Trey Sermon was a bad idea. I think that he has a specific role on this team, which would be a third and short back, a goal line, fourth and goal at the 1 yard line kind of back. I think he does have value. I just don't think that value is maybe as valuable as the Eagles think it is. That's all. I just feel like this organization is maybe playing with fire a little bit because you've made overt upgrades to wide receiver, safety, cornerback, and other positions this offseason, right? You've made obvious additions that made the defense better, that made the receiving core better. You didn't trade Rager just for the picks. You traded him because he didn't have a major role in this team because you've done so much to upgrade the position. So if you're making all these upgrades and you're even signing Ian Book to be your third string quarterback and resets on the practice squad, Howie Roseman in his quarterback factory, but your idea of upgrading the running back position is Trey Sermon, Kennedy Brooks, and LaMichael P. Ryan for depth, I just have some concerns and questions because, frankly, either I'm underrating the combination of Miles Sanders, Boston Scott, and Kenny Gainwell, or the Eagles are overvaluing them. It's either or. So as we sit here on a Friday, a week before the start of the NFL season, it's kind of what I'm throwing out there. I've been asking you guys all week, and you guys have chimed in at different points, the 609-403-0973 on the text board, and your DMs into the 973 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle. We have had the conversation this week. Now that the Eagles roster is set, now that they've made trades, now that they've made additions, what is your concern? Because before Tuesday at 11 a.m., my answer would have been safety. After Tuesday at 11 a.m., my answer was running back. Then after I saw Miles Sanders on the field, then I was conflicted. Then I saw Jalen Rager traded, and it made sense then why they have 3 wide receivers on the practice squad. I'm not trying to be a downer on Happy Hour Friday. I'm just asking the question. I think that in a league, not even the league, in a division where you got Ezekiel Elliott and Tony Pollard in Dallas, Saquon Barkley with the Giants, and guys like Antonio Gibson in Washington. I don't hate the Eagles running backs. I think that personally, I like Boston Scott a lot. I think he's a great player. He has great value for the role that he plays. He's kind of like a variation of Darren Sproles. I think that a guy like Kenny Gainwell has a lot of potential. I don't know if he'll ever be on the level of Antonio Gibson, his former teammate at Memphis, but I do think he has legitimate value for this offense. I just don't believe in Miles Sanders. On the flip side, literally, on the West Coast are the Phillies. And the Phillies had a day off to celebrate their 18 runs scored, and hopefully they didn't cool off. Now, let me ask you this question. For the Phillies tonight and this weekend, the Phillies are going not head-to-head with the NFL. They're going head-to-head with college football. So as you celebrate Labor Day weekend, as you enjoy your time at the Jersey Shore, as you have a drink or two at your favorite establishment or at some friend's house or at or even at your own house, okay? Maybe at your shore house, wherever you are this weekend. The Phillies play at 10:15 Eastern Time, first pitch tonight, and 4:05 on Saturday, 4:05 on Sunday. Now, the 4:05 on Saturday is right smack dab in the middle of the college football Saturday. Sunday is kind of in that time area where it doesn't really interfere with anything because the college football game that night is later on that night. In theory, the Phillies game would be done before Florida State and LSU kick off. But tonight, Apple TV Plus, we've already talked about on the air about people and their distaste and frustrations with that platform. In fact, the last time I watched Apple TV Plus, frankly, I was here at the studio watching it because it was easier for me to have it on the screens here in the studio and do some work with the Phillies on and the Eagles preseason game on than it was to go home and set it up. So you have the Phillies on Apple TV Plus after 10 o'clock tonight. You have the Phillies at 4:05 tomorrow in the middle of college football. And then they're pretty much up against nothing on Sunday. So how much Phillies are you even watching this weekend? Or are you saying it's the last weekend of quote-unquote summer and I'm going to go to the beach and I'm going to enjoy myself and Phillies are out of sight, out of mind on the West Coast? Because here's the deal with the Phillies. They had a day off after that big win, but they had to snap the 3-game losing streak. They had to get back on track. This Giants series could have some very interesting ramifications because you can bury the Giants right now. The Giants are, for all intents and purposes, cooked. They're 10.5 games out of the wild card. But the Giants can still play spoiler for you because you are only a half game ahead of the Padres right now. And you are 3.5 games over the Brewers. You got to maintain pole position this weekend. And losing 2 out of 3 in Arizona hurt you in the large picture. And you can't just say, well, we're coming home against the Marlins and the Nats and that'll fix everything. Because it doesn't always. We know that. Come on. Anybody who's old enough to watch baseball knows how many times teams have choked in September, how many teams have got hot in September, how many times things can change for a variety of reasons. Those are some of my questions today. Your thoughts, how confident are you in the Eagles roster? How much are you watching the Phillies this weekend? All that and more. We'll talk about it here on a Friday edition of the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, the 2 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by your Delaware Valley Acura dealer. With new inventory arriving daily, find your new award-winning Acura at your local Delaware Valley Acura dealer today and reserve yours. Text board is open, 609-403-0973. Kevin chimes in on the text board, says, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and Trey Sermon have been brought in and signed the contracts through next year. They're both young. Yes, it's depth and upgrades this year, but the Eagles are thinking long-term here. Kevin, I think that goes back to our conversation yesterday, which is People were asking, why haven't the Eagles signed Jordan Howard? I think you're right, Kevin, in that Jordan Howard is not here because the Eagles are trying to find the new young version of Jordan Howard. And they're trying out LaMichael Pirine, and they're trying out Trey Sermon, and they're trying to figure out who can be that guy. And when I talked to Andrew DeCecco yesterday on Football at 4 about it, Andrew covers the NFL draft and college football as well as the Eagles. And he agreed with my assessment, which was part of Trey Sermon's value is based in 2 amazing performances over basically a 2-game stretch. Outside of those 2 games, the 300-yard rushing game against Northwestern and then the 190-yard rushing game against Clemson, how good is he? I think the Eagles want to find that out. Personally, I love the Garner Johnson addition. I think he's Philly through and through. He's a trash talker. He's a hard worker. He's a tough guy. He's a pit bull. He's everything you want on the defensive side of the ball. So I love that position. You're right. The Eagles are thinking long term. Okay? They are thinking in terms of beyond just this year, which is smart because the last time they didn't think beyond this year, they ended up in cap hell because they gave all that money and they gave all those resources away to guys like Alshon Jeffrey, for goodness sake. So I think they're doing the right thing. I just have questions because I'm not going to get up here and say the Eagles have the best roster in football because they don't. So if they don't have the best roster in football, then where is the flaw? Where is the shortcoming? And I'm searching for it because every team has a flaw. You watch Hard Knocks and you realize how many flaws the Lions really have on their roster, despite all the hype you're getting from Dan Campbell and Deuce Staley. Even the team that won the Super Bowl last year, there are questions about the Rams in terms of depth at linebacker, in terms of depth in the secondary. There are questions about how are they replacing Andrew Whitworth this year? Are they going to be as good of an offensive line without him as they were last year with him? Text board is 609-403-0973. Texter says, hey, Josh, our 3 running backs were number 1 in rushing last year. That's probably why the front office wasn't worried about it. Well, let me throw that back at you. One of those running backs was Jordan Howard. He is not here. So are they saying that Gainwell and Scott and Sanders are good enough behind what is arguably the number 1 offensive line in the NFL? Are they saying that we're not as worried about running the ball as much because we're going to try to pass more? I think the Eagles are telling you that the reason why that they're not worried about the running back, in my opinion, not that I'm right. I'm not Howie Roseman. I don't have his number in my phone, although I would thoroughly enjoy that. I think Howie and I would have some very interesting conversations, especially about Florida, University of Florida I'm talking about. But back to the texter. Look, here's the deal. I think the Eagles made a decision this offseason that they were going to invest all of their resources in wide receiver, A.J. Brown, Zach Pascal, in safety, trading for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, cornerback, signing James Bradbury, linebacker, signing Kazir White, drafting Nakobe Dean, the defensive front, signing Hassan Reddick, Jordan Davis. That was their priorities. I think running back is just not a high priority for them. And look, if the Eagles' offensive line is good enough, as I think it is, then you're right. It doesn't matter who is running behind it. I just am not 100% sold on the unit. That's all. Jeff in Ocean City sends a message in over on the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, says the Eagles are plus 150 to win the division. That's free money to me. Plus 1,000 to the Super Bowl is worth a look. Jeff, I heard somebody else mention the Eagles as a dark horse Super Bowl bet. I know Pete Thompson, who will be on the show a little bit later, already placed a bet himself on the Eagles to go to the Super Bowl. Look, I'm not dismissing it. I'm with you. on one hand, I love the 150 to win the division. I think with the Cowboys' numerous injuries and their offensive line questions, I think they're going to have issues this year. I think the Cowboys are going to be a team that is going to have problems with the idiot in chief in charge, Mike McCarthy, and it's going to hurt them in the long run. They're going to have to fire him at the end of the year and beg Sean Payton to come down to Dallas. That's what's going to happen, in my opinion. So I think the Eagles are in prime position to win the division this year. Next year, I don't know as much. We'll get there when we get there. But you're right. I would say that it feels like free money right now, barring any major injuries or issues from Jeff in Ocean City. One more message says, so Josh, tell us what running backs we could have gotten, please. It's not about me telling you what running backs the Eagles should have or could have gotten. It's about the fact that I'm stuck between two paradigms. I'm stuck on the one side of the valley is this mountain here that is telling me this is the best Eagles roster they've had since 2017, and they have filled every need they had this offseason. On the other side of the valley, I have this other mountain with a sign on it that says no roster is perfect. The Eagles are not going undefeated. I'm just letting you know right now. If you are the person who is telling me the Eagles are going 17-0, I'm here to tell you that's not happening. Do I think the Eagles are going to go 10-7? Yes. Do I think 11-6 is possible? Sure. If everyone on this team plays at their peak level of ability and there's minimum number of injuries this year, could they get 12 wins? Yes. But they're not going undefeated. So what is it on this roster that is going to keep them from going undefeated? And what is it about this roster that would incentivize you to say they can beat the Rams, all things being equal, in a playoff game, for just to use that team as an example? Josh Hennig hanging out with you on a Friday edition of the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle.
You haven't downloaded the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app? Well, go get it now to follow all the Philly sports teams at 97.3ESPN.com. Powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City.
It's a crime to pay more than a dime.
Every vehicle, one dime down.
At the all-new Springfield Mitsubishi, Atlantic City. SpringfieldMitsu.com.
Explore Banana Republic Factory now and enjoy 50% off everything from heritage classics to new arrivals for the season. Discover essential styles from $24.99. Find your nearest store or shop online only at Banana Republic Factory.
Ocean Casino Resort is the ultimate fantasy draft party spot. Go for the bragging rights this fantasy football season and plan your draft party at Top Golf. Each party receives a dedicated VIP draft space or private bay at Top Golf for up to 4 hours, an Ocean draft board, swag bag, championship trophy, and more. Your fantasy football season starts here at Ocean Casino Resort. For more details, visit theoceanac.com. Go to Ocean. Go for the win. Let's go! Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Progressive presents Married to Your Home.
I'm such a screw up.
What? House? Why would you talk like that?
How are you even with a house without a walk-in closet?
Stop. You have more than enough storage.
Oh yeah, and the unfinished basement. Gross.
We'll finish it eventually. Together.
No matter how much you already love your house, you'll love it more knowing you could save big bundling your home and auto with Progressive. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
Chase loves soccer.
I'm Chase Kerr, and I'm 12 years old.
And his dream is to turn pro. That's why Chase and his family make sure he's always having fun and squeezing out his best with Go-Go Squeeze. Okay, buddy, let's break for a Go-Go Squeeze. Go-Go Squeeze fruit-on-the-go pouches are a nutritious snack made from 100% fruit with no sugar added.
That's my boy!
Because when you nurture your kids, you squeeze out the best in them. Squeeze out their best with Go-Go Squeeze. Not a low-calorie food. Products range from 11 to 13 grams of sugar and 60 to 70 calories per serving.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. An oil change with quality oil like Castrol Edge Full Synthetic can help your engine get more out of every tank. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $37.99. Get what you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I did a site visit, and the space is absolutely incredible.
Este's Reiki Clinic is opening another studio across town.
But there's a lot to wrap up.
But staffing an entire office requires more than just deep breathing.
And at least 4 new practitioners.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Good news, New Jersey. More residents are getting quality, affordable health coverage through Get Covered New Jersey. Established by Governor Murphy, Get Covered New Jersey offers increased plan choices and more savings than ever. If you recently had a life event such as marriage, pregnancy, or insurance loss, you may qualify to enroll now. 9 in 10 enrolling get financial help for plans that include preventive care, prescriptions, and more. And if you meet certain income levels, you may qualify for low to no-cost coverage. Find your plan at getcovered.nj.gov.
97.3 ESPN and TrackPhone Wireless want to share ideas with you for enjoying the great outdoors in South Jersey. Here are some popular outdoor ideas this spring. How about taking a walk on the Ocean City, Atlantic City, or Wildwood boardwalks? Or check out the perfect place to watch a sunset. How about the Point in Longport or the Cove in Brigantine? Brought to you by TrackPhone Wireless. Now you're in control.
Long weekends are all about getting a little you time. And at the Home Depot, you time means you building, you drilling, you doing, you recharging, you saving, and you going back for more. Do Labor Day your way and get a free 18-volt battery with select Milwaukee Power Toolkit purchases at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
We know the best sweet corn in the country is Jersey Fresh. Ag Secretary Doug Fisher here, letting you know our sweet corn on the cob is in season and at your favorite market. Steamed or grilled, take some home today. Ask for Jersey Fresh.
Now, back to more Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill, is being brought to you by the Gallery Bar Booking Games, an Ocean Casino Resort this football season. Cheers your favorite drink while cheering on your favorite team. Go to the Gallery, an Ocean Casino Resort to go for the win. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to play. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Just a reminder, Mike Gill and the gang will not be there this Monday, Labor Day, but they will be back next Friday at the Ocean and then every Monday for the rest of the football season. So just a little update for you. We got a busy weekend here on 97.3 ESPN FM. And I mentioned about, what are you guys doing this weekend? There were 2 amazing football games last night. I don't even care I got the Penn State-Purdue prediction wrong. That game was absolutely incredible. I was utterly captivated by the backyard brawl. WVU versus Pitt was everything I hoped for and more. It was a little different than I expected, but it was captivating. It was intense. It was nail-biting. I mean, you were just stuck watching it. You could not watch it. And then the way Penn State had to claw their way back into that game. Penn State had a 21-10 lead at one point. I thought they were going to run away with the game, and then all of a sudden Purdue comes storming back. They knock Clifford out of the game temporarily. He comes back in, throws a garbage interception, and then he leads them back to win the game. It was absolutely ridiculous. So incredible night of college football last night. And this weekend on 97.3 ESPN, we got Georgia versus Oregon, 2 top 25 matchup, a top 10 matchup on Saturday night, Notre Dame versus Ohio State. Sunday is Florida State versus LSU at night here on 97.3 ESPN. Monday night, we have Clemson versus Georgia Tech, thanks to Touchdown Radio. We'll hear from Gino Torretta later in the show. And I bring up the college football because I was so happy the Phillies were not on last night because I got to just sit down and watch college football. I got to sit down and enjoy the pageantry, enjoy the energy, enjoy everything about the game. And I asked you guys earlier, and we'll ask Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City about this in just a bit. When you are looking at the Phillies, they're on the West Coast. They're at 10 o'clock on Apple TV Plus tonight. They're 4 o'clock tomorrow in the middle of the college football day. Sunday, they're at 4 o'clock. How much Phillies are we really watching? Did the Phillies' 2 losses in Arizona before the 18-2 win take some of the steam out of people's interest? Are people going to start transitioning over the football? If this team, I don't know, doesn't go on a major winning streak when they come back, because they got the Marlins for 3, the Nats for 3, then they go on the road to play Miami for 3, then they got the Braves for 3, then they come back home against Toronto and then Atlanta again. And that's a 4-gamer versus the Braves from September 22nd to the 25th. So I'm really curious, how much are the Phillies out of sight, out of mind right now? And like I told you guys earlier, look, I'm not anti-digital streaming. I'm not trying to be a get off my chair old man kind of thing, at least not with this topic. But for me, the last time the Phillies were on Apple TV, I made the business decision to say, look, I'm not going to rush home and rush through my work. I had the Phillies game on Apple TV on one screen, and I had the Eagles preseason game number 1 on another TV, all here in the studio while I worked. That's what I did that night. That was my solution. Because for me, it's easier for me to pull it up on a screen at work than it is to go home and get it to work on my TV at home. So I'm sure I'm not the only one. And for a game at the 10:15 first pitch tonight, I'm just curious how many Philly fans are actually going to be watching the Phillies this weekend. So we'll get into all that and more with Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City here on a Friday edition of the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle.
Your official station for Summer at the Shore.
Throws the runner. The pitch is a little high. Throw to second. Out at second. Oh, JT Realmuto with an absolute laser down to second to get Arenado.
97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
New Jersey car owners, with interest rates rising, the current value of your trade is about to plummet. So drive directly to Matt Blatt Nissan because AJ the Trade Man needs your trade.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
So cash in your vehicle now before it's too late and drive home in a new Nissan today with 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days and 1.9% financing for 36 months on every new Nissan in stock or en route. Just because you don't see your new Nissan on the lot doesn't mean you can't drive it home tomorrow. New 2022 Nissan Armada. Get $5,000 off MSRP, $61,885, and drive away with peace of mind with Matt Blatt Nissan's 4-day love it or leave it return policy. MattBlattNissan.com. Negative equity will be refinanced into new vehicle. Interest accrues from date of sale. Not all will qualify. MSRP $61,875. VIN N9677-417. Offers can't be combined. Call 877-289-6670 or go to MattBlattNissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 9/4/22. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
Explore Banana Republic Factory now and enjoy 50% off everything from heritage classics to new arrivals for the season. Discover essential styles from $24.99. Find your nearest store or shop online only at Banana Republic Factory.
You wash your hands and brush your teeth, but what about your nose? How do you clean your nose? with Navage. Navage pulls saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out the other nostril, flushing out allergens, mucus, dirt, and germs, and it's why nose cleaning is the next evolution in daily personal hygiene. People try Navage for lots of reasons: sinusitis, allergies, snoring, things that make it hard to breathe through your nose. But over time, they also find that cleaning their nose makes them feel better, a lot better. Nearly 3 million Navage users have written more than 100,000 reviews, averaging 4.7 stars, saying things like, "Best product I've ever used," and "Amazing, I love my Navage." That's because Navage helps you breathe better, sleep deeper, and snore less. But the biggest payoff is improved health. Here's the key point. Navage is good personal hygiene, and it's going to help you stay healthier. At Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Bed Bath, Target, and online. Navage, Navage. Clean nose, healthy life.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. An oil change with quality oil like Castrol Edge Full Synthetic can help your engine get more out of every tank. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for only $37.99. Get what you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The opioids I was prescribed made me feel worse.
I was pregnant, addicted, and scared.
I thought painkillers would get me back on the field faster. I was wrong.
Then I heard about 844-REACH-NJ.
I got into treatment and delivered a healthy baby girl.
844-REACH-NJ was the call I needed to make.
I'm glad I made the call.
I made the call.
Hello, REACH-NJ.
If you or someone you love is struggling with addiction, call 844-REACH-NJ from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Long weekends are all about getting a little you time. And at the Home Depot, you time means you building, you drilling, you doing, you recharging, you saving, and you going back for more. Do Labor Day your way and get a free 18-volt battery with select Milwaukee Power Toolkit purchases at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
No fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Slash to be in your band.
Next up for lead guitar. You're in.
Cool. Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One and member FDIC.
Don't miss the Atlantic City In-Water Boat Show. 4 days only, September 8th to the 11th at the Golden Nugget Marina. Free self-parking, live entertainment, kids under 12 free. Buy advanced discount tickets at acinwaterboatshow.com.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Let's go deeper into the Phillies this weekend. Get into that and more with Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City. You know, the other thing that's going on is high school football right now in the area. You know, last weekend was all the games over there in Ocean City. So it's a busy time of year. And I'm just wondering, you know, between Labor Day weekend, college football, high school football, people wanting to get, you know, their last vacation weekend of the year, how many people are like, hey, Phillies don't care? Should they feel like that? Mike McGarry of the Press of Atlantic City joins us now here on 97.3 ESPN. Mike, welcome in. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing pretty good. So Phillies, West Coast, are they out of sight, out of mind?
I don't think so, but I'm always fascinated by this discussion when it comes up, and it seems to only happen in Philadelphia. No one in New York is saying, I can't follow the Mets and the Yankees right now because, you know, the Jets and the Giants are playing, 10 days from now, basically. I mean, I can, for the life of me, cannot figure out why Philadelphia sports fans are not talented enough to do two things at one time: walk and chew gum, follow the Phillies and watch the Phillies and keep an eye on the Phillies, and watch the Eagles when they play 10 days from now. It doesn't seem that hard to me, and I'm always fascinated by Philadelphia. It seems to be presented as a choice where you can only do one or the other. I don't know. Most fan bases I know are talented enough to do two. Why doesn't Philly seem to be able to handle that? You'll have to ask some Philly fans that.
Well, I think that the predominant answer would be that people would say, well, I only got one TV at home and I'm not going to have 12 different devices running to watch multiple things.
The one team doesn't play till a week from this Sunday. The other team plays tonight, Saturday, and Sunday, and during the week. I mean, I understand if it's the first weekend of NFL football season and you're saying, what are you going to do? You're going to watch the Phillies, or you're going to watch the Eagles. Then, you probably go watch the Eagles. But to tell me you can't watch the Eagles tomorrow, you can't watch the Phillies Saturday night in San Francisco because the Eagles play 8 days from then in Detroit is ridiculous.
No, I agree with you. It is ridiculous. I'm just always trying to figure out like the vibe of the fan base, because when I run into people like, and it's not a universal, Mike, but you just mentioned it. I run out, I wear a Phillies hat, wear a Phillies shirt. People are like, oh, hey, what's up? Give you the head nod. You wear an Eagles shirt, people start chanting "Fly, Eagles, fly" at you. Like it's almost like the people are like, they like the Phillies, but they love the Eagles, and it just kind of like overwhelms the rationality. You mentioned other fan bases, Mike. Look at New York. The Mets and the Yankees are both in the heart of a playoff race right now, and I guarantee everyone in those boroughs is way more interested in the Yankees and Mets than they are anything with the Giants and Jets.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the Mets and the Yankees, like you said, are in a playoff race. Expectations for the Giants and Jets are down this year as they've been the past couple of years. But even, cities like Boston this year might be different because the Red Sox are out of it. But I just think sports fans can juggle two things at once. And in Philadelphia, it always seems to be presented this choice. And I think it's media driven where people say, oh, well, you can't follow the Phillies anymore because the Eagles are starting. To me, that's just completely ridiculous. I mean, you can follow the Phillies, you can follow the Eagles, and you can follow the Sixers and the Flyers when they start up. Does that mean you're going to be there for every game? No. I mean, and obviously the NFL, when it plays on Sunday, takes precedence because it's 1 day a week. But to suggest you can't keep an eye on 3 to 4 teams and college football at once is, to me, absurd. And it only seems to be an issue in the greater Philadelphia area. It doesn't seem to be an issue in New York. It doesn't seem to be an issue in Boston. It doesn't seem to be an issue in Los Angeles. For some reason in Philadelphia, it's presented as a choice. Oh, the Eagles are starting, therefore we must only follow the Eagles and we can't keep up with the other sports. I don't understand that reasoning.
Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City joining us here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Yell here on 97.3 ESPN. With that being said, the Phillies did break their 3-game losing streak on Wednesday. Is this just a matter of it's a long season, Mike, and they're going to have lulls, or should we have major concerns about this team basically losing 2 games that I think most people went in thinking they could win Monday and Tuesday?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any concerns. You remember before the trip started, I said I thought 3-3 would be a good trip. So now they're 1-2, and they can take 2 or 3 from the Giants and go 3-3. I mean, it's baseball. I mean, the Phillies are in a position much like the Mets and Yankees, for that matter. You're involved in a pennant race, right? You have to win every day, but you can't panic if you lose a game, basically. So until there's a point when it comes time to panic, and the Phillies aren't at that point yet. So yes, they have to go out and win every day, but if they lose, it's not a reason to push the panic button. And this West Coast trip, I thought was going to be tougher than people expected. Arizona was playing well. Arizona's got a lot of young players. They're playing with a lot of spunk and energy. They're not like a team simply sleepwalking through the rest of the season. And you're going into San Francisco against a former manager and a team with a lot of veterans that might get motivated for the series. So I thought 3-3 with this road trip would be a positive, and they still have a chance to pull that out by taking 2 of 3 in San Francisco.
When you think about the Phillies long term, I've always asked the question, Mike, and I'll propose it to you. I think the Dodgers are the best team in baseball. And I think depending on what week it is, the number 2 team is either the Mets or the Braves. So are the Phillies clearly the 4th team in the National League, or are you giving that scepter to somebody else?
Well, they're right there in that 4, 5, 6 range. 4 being, the Padres and the Cardinals also are playing very, very well. I think if the Phillies go into the playoffs, to me, that's a major accomplishment this year, but they will be playing 3 games on the road in another team's ballpark, best 2 or 3 series. And I don't think they're going to win that series, especially with the way they've been pitching lately. So, yeah, they're about the 5th, 6th, 7th best team in the National League. Hopefully that's good enough to get them in the playoffs.
Mike, your must-win column this week it seems to echo something. I think you're not the only person saying this, but I think you might be the person who made the best argument for it. It's time for Mike Trout and the Angels to break up. And I got to say, considering the Angels are for sale right now, the Ohtani trade rumors, and the fact that the Angels haven't been able to figure out how to win in what it feels like a decade, it feels like it's long overdue.
Yeah, I think both teams, as I wrote today, the column is that you can find it at pressofac.com and in today's paper. I just think it's time for Trout and the team to go their separate ways. They're at the crossroads, right? Trout is 31 years old. He's running out of time. He's no longer the kid that made his debut, for the Angels in 2011, 2 years after he hit 18 home runs at Millville High School. And on the other point, you have the Angels who are for sale right now. Artie Moreno's putting the team up for sale. You don't know who he's going to sell it to. Most businesses and baseball teams are no different, sort of divest themselves of their assets, don't invest in a business when they sell it. The Angels are going to do the same thing. And the Angels, to me, are just a mismanaged mess right now. They're in a division with Houston and Seattle. Basically Trout plays for a team that is irrelevant, on the national baseball stage. And I think it's time for him and the Angels to sort of part ways. I think it's best for both teams. I mean, this way Trout could get to a contender, and we point out a few contenders in the column that I wrote. And also the Angels could try and rebuild without Trout's contract sort of hanging over their head or being a handicap to him. So, yeah, I mean, he's in baseball limbo right now, and, time and the clock is ticking. To me, he's got to get out of there.
Let's get to some high school football, Mike. Over the pressofatlantic.com, you guys have a lot of coverage on the high school front, so we don't have time to get to all of it, but I want to ask you about a couple things. I know for me last night I was captivated by the college football, but last night a lot of people locally were captivated by the Ocean City mainland rivalry game, and Ocean City avoids starting 0-2 on the year by getting that win in, shall I say, dramatic fashion.
Yeah, I mean, Mainland, dominated the game for almost 3 quarters. They're up 20-7 midway through the third quarter, but Ocean City hangs around. Quarterback Riley Gunnels has a great game, throws for more than 300 yards. Those 2 touchdown passes to Jack Hogue and Duke Gunther, a 29-yard run late in the fourth quarter. Ocean City wins 21-20. It's one of those games when it ended, you're like, how did that happen, basically? But Ocean City will take it. There's nothing worse. One of my favorite lines is it gets late. It gets early or it gets late quickly in high school football. And, 0-2 starts are not good, and Ocean City avoids it with a big upset win of Mainland last night.
How do you feel about all these rivalry games? Like, we've talked about it before, about the phasing out of the Thanksgiving games and, where do we put the rivalry games? Well, now we're seeing, so many games early in the year. How are you feeling now that you've seen some of them?
Yeah, I like it. Again, we talk about high school football has shifted and become more of a playoff-oriented sport. The playoffs actually start the last week in October, and I just think it's unfair for a football team that sees its season end the last week in October or the first week in November to try to keep their season together for 3 weeks to play that Thanksgiving game. So I like these rivalry games. They impact the playoffs, which is what everybody wants to make. The games on Thanksgiving do not impact the playoffs. So I like it. Add some excitement to the beginning of the season and the beginning of the school year. You had 2 great student body crowds out there last night at Mainland Ocean City. The Mainland kids were all dressed in white. The Ocean City kids were all dressed in black. Big crowds out there. I just think it's a good way to start the school year with a lot of energy.
And before I let you go, I would say one of the games I'm most curious about tonight, St. Joseph Hamilton at the Prep. It's the first game of the final year for Coach Sacco.
Yeah, we'll see what happens out there. Big rivals, right? The Prep coming off a loss to St. Peter's Prep last week, one of the state's best teams, 41-7, and the beginning of the end for Coach Paul Sacco at St. Joe. There's a little buzz about St. Joe, how they played in the preseason. People were impressed. We'll see how it carries over, and we'll see if the Hermits can bounce back from a season opening defeat. Because like I said, nobody wants to be 0-2. It gets late early in high school football.
Follow him on Twitter at AC Press McGarry on Twitter. Check out all of his coverage over at pressofatlanticcity.com, including that must-win column about Mike Trout. Mike, enjoy the high school football. No show on Monday. Mike won't be back till Tuesday, so you will talk to us again on Wednesday.
All right, looking forward to it. Enjoy the weekend, everybody.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. Yeah, I'm very interested to see how this plays out moving forward, because so many rivalry games right now are the beginning of the year. And for me, the high school season with Thanksgiving was a huge part of high school football in this part of the country. And it's getting phased out. And now you're seeing, Ocean City Mainland EHT, the first 2 weeks of the season, St. Joe's Hamilton versus St. Augustine Prep tonight. It's an interesting change up to the schedule. I don't know if I want it to be permanently this way, but I do think it's an interesting change, and I'm curious to see how people feel about it moving forward, because, for a lot of these areas, Ocean City Mainland, Absegami Oakcrest, or tonight Absegami Cedar Creek. There's a lot of regional rivalry games. More baseball talk coming up next with Steve Buchanan from DraftKings.
Saturday morning in the locker room with Billy Schwein, three-time All-Big Ten linebacker Brad Quast joins me in the studio. The Eagles' 53-man roster is set. We'll talk Birds football. The sportsbook consigliere Dave Sherapan checks in from Las Vegas with his locks for this Saturday in college football. Then we will hear from the Hall of Fame coach and winner of 3 Big Ten championships with the Wisconsin Badgers, Barry Alvarez, will join us. Phillies talk and more. It's the locker room with Billy Schwein, Saturday morning from 10 a.m. to noon on 97.3 ESPN.
Here we go. What's the safest bet in town? Another World Series run? Maybe a Super Bowl trophy. Or knowing that at Matt Blatt Kia, you can drive a new Kia with 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days. And Matt Blatt Kia's 4-day love it or leave it return policy on every new 2023 new Kia in stock. Don't see your new Matt Blatt Kia on the lot? Doesn't mean you can't be driving it home tomorrow. Worried about your credit? Forget it. We finance your future, not your past. Why settle for a used vehicle when you could be driving a brand new Kia? Because if you have a job clearing $400 per week, we want to approve you today. All Kias come with a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited warranty. And we want your trade. We'll even buy it for cash.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
On approved credit plus applicable taxes and fees. See dealer for details. Not all will qualify. Deferred payment through TFCU. Interest accrues from date of sale. Offers don't combine. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. And now on Route 37 in Tom's River.
Straight Talk Wireless knows there are plenty of reasons you might need a new phone. But switching to a better wireless provider doesn't have to be one of them. Keep your own phone and save when you switch to any Straight Talk Wireless plan, like our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with unlimited high-speed data and 5 gigs of hotspot, plus nationwide 5G on America's best networks. Keep your own phone. Switch to a better wireless plan. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. Requires a compatible unlocked phone and QIOP kit. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
Hey, I'm Jackie, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the chicken. It is golden brown, so juicy, so delicious. It's the perfect savory start to my day.
Hey, I'm Matt, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the freshly baked, flaky, buttery biscuit. When I take a bite, it's kind of like, crispy, soft, crispy. Crispy outside, soft interior, crispy chicken. There's really nothing like it.
Start your day with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit, available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real Chick-fil-A guests paid for their testimonials.
Take a break from your car loan at First Harvest Credit Union. Get a new or used auto loan or refinance your loan from another institution, and you can defer your first payment for up to 90 days. Visit a branch for details, and you'll see that First Harvest Credit Union is a better place to grow. Interest continues to accrue during the 90-day deferment period. For more information as to cost, call 800-582-7640. Loan must close by October 31st, 2022. Minimum FICO score 620, subject to qualifications and approval. Other restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. An oil change with quality oil like Castrol Edge Full Synthetic can help your engine get more out of every tank. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for only $37.99. Get what you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
You wash your hands and brush your teeth, but what about your nose? How do you clean your nose? With Navage. Navage pulls saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out the other nostril, flushing out allergens, mucus, dirt, and germs, and it's why nose cleaning is the next evolution in daily personal hygiene. People try Navage for lots of reasons: sinusitis, allergies, snoring, things that make it hard to breathe through your nose. But over time, they also find that cleaning their nose makes them feel better, a lot better. Nearly 3 million Navage users have written more than 100,000 reviews, averaging 4.7 stars, saying things like, best product I've ever used, and amazing, I love my Navage. That's because Navage helps you breathe better, sleep deeper, and snore less. But the biggest payoff is improved health. Here's the key point. Navage is good personal hygiene, and it's going to help you stay healthier. At Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Bed Bath, Target, and online. Navage, Navage. Clean nose, healthy life.
The tradition continues for the 103rd season at Douglas Fudge. Take advantage of great Douglas specials. Buy 2 pounds of famous Douglas Fudge, get 1 free. Or buy 2 pounds of Douglas Original Taffy, get 1 free. Douglas Candies on the boardwalk at Wildwood Avenue and now in Stone Harbor on Facebook, Twitter, and online at douglascandies.com.
Our own recipe, and we're sure proud of it. We make the candy we sell, so it's easy to tell the great taste of Douglas Fudge.
Sports is what we do.
You're in your car, you're in your house, you're wherever you are. You're a sports fan.
97.3 ESPN.
Because if you weren't a sports fan, you wouldn't be listening.
WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a town square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Happy Hour Friday. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill. Labor Day weekend is here. 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Don't forget, today is the final day you can qualify for tickets to go see Stained over at Ocean Casino Resort next Saturday. They will be performing, and we'll be giving away 5 pairs today. But you got to go to 973ESPN.com or sign up with the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Put your info in, and we will randomly pick 5 winners later in the show today here on 97.3 ESPN FM. We'll get to more baseball right now. You hear him throughout the summer here on Game Night on 97.3 ESPN. He was kind enough to join us a little bit earlier in the day. Steve Buchanan from DraftKings. You also see him throughout the year over on MLB Network, and he joins us right now here on 97.3 ESPN. Steve, welcome back. How you doing today?
Was that Stained with Aaron Lewis?
Yes.
That's actually pretty awesome.
Why would you like tickets to come to Atlantic City to go see Stained in concert?
Listen, there's a lot to do in Atlantic City, so that's fine.
That's
and
true.
Then cap it off with Stained. That's actually, that's not a bad little gig.
Now, you and I are kind of close in age range. So were you a Stained guy when you were younger, or were you like yeah?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, most definitely. I can like visualize the album art
yes.
with the clown on it, I think it was, or something. It looked like the Crow, basically.
Yes, the Crow.
Yes.
Yeah,
the
one was Crow. Yep, absolutely. Yeah.
I'm right there with you. Yeah.
Well, it's funny because I feel like, if you were in high school anytime between like 1998 and 2006, like you ran into that like post-grunge, alt rock new metal run.
Yes.
And it was like all over the place. And you had people like sitting there arguing about like, about Stained and Godsmack and Disturbed and Korn and System of the Down and all those stuff.
Is this how you expected to start the segment? Because it
No.
wasn't for me. But
I
you're
wasn't
right.
at all, but I'm fine with it.
I graduated in 05, so I'm right in that range. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you ever run into the people who used to argue about Slipknot or not? That's my question.
Oh, of course. Yeah, that was like a big hot topic in between going to our lockers. Yeah, we got to argue about Slipknot, of course.
Yeah. I was always a Slipknot hater. So.
Oh, well, that's too bad. I was a big Slipknot advocate. So we would have been jawing back and forth in high school if we went together.
Yeah, we would have been jawing back and forth, and about 10 years later, we've been buying each other drinks over it. So.
Right, exactly. You got it.
Can you believe we were arguing about that back in high school?
I beat you up over Slipknot. Isn't that ridiculous?
It's so dumb. You want a drink? Sure. You might need a drink, honestly, because this weekend is going to be very interesting around baseball, Steve, because this is the first weekend of September. We're hot and heavy on the playoff races. Right now is where we stand. Is there a team or teams that you personally are zeroing in on?
So I gave out this thought that Tampa Bay could end up missing the playoffs, right? And it seems asinine because they have the top wild card spot in the American League right now, but they also have one of the toughest remaining schedules left in baseball. And I talked about this on MLB Network. And then I somehow became acclimated with the fan base of Tampa, all 12 of them. They were extremely angry. They took it very personal that I said that. And the funny thing was, like, I didn't say anything disparaging about the team. Like, I didn't say they were bad. I didn't say that it was anything to do with the culture of the team, but people took offense to that. And they were very angry that I said that they have a tough schedule coming up. And what if they have a bad month of September, they end up missing the playoffs? So I will be focused in on them a lot because now people have made it personal with me. So now I feel a little obligated to really keep an eye on this team. So from a personal perspective, I'll be watching the race. But from a non-selfish perspective, in the American League, I think it's that final wild card spot is very much up for grabs. The Baltimore Orioles continue to win. They continue to defy all logic of how this team is in the month of September and hot on the tails of a wild card spot. The Twins are starting to look a little bit better. They're trying to get into a wild card spot too as well. I mean, we've talked about it before. The National League wild card is pretty much wrapped up for the most part. It's really going to be if the Brewers are going to make it or not, which seems unlikely at this point with the way they're playing. But the American League is kind of where it's at with that American League wild card spot. Very much up for grabs, and 4 teams are really in contention for that final spot.
You mentioned the Orioles. They're what, 1.5 games behind the Blue Jays right now. I gotta say though, if the Blue Jays miss the playoffs for the second straight year, I mean, what the heck's going to happen up there? Because you got all this great young talent up there on Toronto's roster. I feel like most fan bases of baseball would love to have any of those guys on their team. And it's like, if they can't make the postseason for 2 straight years, what do you do with Toronto, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with just that team had such high expectations. Like, I've mentioned it here before. They had the highest overall win total of all teams besides the Yankees and Dodgers. Like, this team was expected to dominate. Like, on paper, they were a very dominant team, but they haven't really got the offensive production that I think that they were expecting from a lot of these guys. Like, you couldn't expect that Vlad Guerrero Jr. was going to have the year he had last year, but it's been kind of a steep drop off from where you saw last year. Bo Bichette has been really hot or cold all season long. Like, he was a massive playmaker for them at the plate and even on the field last year. Really hasn't had that this year. Teoscar Hernandez has been putting up some as good power numbers as he has last year. So it just kind of feels like this team is going to fall flat on expectations, especially if they don't miss the playoffs. But maybe our expectations were just a little bit too high because a lot of these guys were coming off of these career years. And then you add somebody like Kevin Gausman, who was like, okay, that guy's going to really put them over the edge. He's been great, Gausman, but he's been struggling at home. He's much better on the road. Like, there's just a lot of little things that have happened with that team that make it into a whole bigger issue. And I think that's been the problem with the Blue Jays. I think the Blue Jays end up hanging on and make that final wild card spot. But again, we're talking about where we just entered September, and there's legitimately 2 or 3 teams that are still very, very much in the mix. And that's concerning for Toronto because they have to go another 34, 35 more games to to kind of put some distance between them and the other teams. But Baltimore keeps winning. I don't know why. I don't know how. Like, name 5 Baltimore Orioles. I can't. You probably can't. No one can except people in Baltimore. But they keep winning. And if they keep winning, we're going to really know who the Orioles are in a couple weeks.
The better part is the game should be how many Orioles can you name, and then count how many are actually not on the team anymore that people name. That should be the game.
Right. The first person people say is Trey Mancini. You'll say, no, he's on the Houston Astros now. Right. And then after that, they don't know where to go. And they're like, oh, I don't know, Cal Ripken. Like, that's kind of where it's at with the Baltimore Orioles at this point.
Like, for example, like, does somebody come out and say, like, Chris Davis and, like, Brian Roberts? Like, is that what people might say?
They're probably still paying Chris Davis. I think they're going to be paying him. He might be like the next
Bobby Bonilla?
Yes. Yes, thank you. I think that's going to be Chris Davis for the next, like, 15 years. Yes.
Oh my goodness. Let's flip it back to the National League. You mentioned the Brewers. I'll get to the Phillies in a minute, but I mean, has a trade ever like been more negative for a team than the Hader trade? Like, the Hader trade was supposed to be the trade that like fixed the Brewers bullpen, right?
Yeah.
It was supposed to be the deal that like recalibrated them. And like the Brewers have a losing record since they traded him away.
Yeah, but to be fair too, like Hader has not been a viable asset for the Padres either.
True.
I think he just had his first save a couple of nights ago, but like
it's the first lose-lose deal, right? I've ever seen.
Very much so. But here's the thing. It's like the upside you're getting with Hader outweighs anything that the Brewers could have got back on their side, right? And it just seemed like even though Hader has been a liability in that Padres bullpen, it just seemed to coincide with this massive drop-off from the Brewers because now they're struggling just to win games overall. And if they had Hader and he performed the way that he has with the Padres, well, then there's nothing to lose there, right? Because Hader was struggling anyways. But they get rid of Hader. They moved Devin Williams into the closer role. But now it's like, well, you don't really need Devin Williams in the closer role because you're not winning games. So it doesn't matter if he's a closer or not. So that team is just really offensively challenged at this point. Like, Christian Yelich is not that guy this year. Rowdy Tellez, who's been one of the better power hitters, he's very, very hot and cold. Hunter Renfroe coming off a career year with the Boston Red Sox. Power numbers are still there, but he's not going to be a guy that's going to be consistently getting on base for you. Like, he's kind of like the Kyle Schwarber of the Brewers, I guess you could say. Great power numbers, but overall, he's just not going to be that guy that's going to be consistently getting on base. So I really think when all is said and done, the Brewers are going to end up missing the playoffs. I really don't think they're going to overcome the Padres at this point for that third wild card spot because it's either the Mets or the Braves as the number 1 spot. However, that division shakes out. Phillies number 2. I would be shocked if they fell out of that number 2 spot, and then probably is a number. The Brewers' path for the playoffs is extremely, extremely thin. They need to get hot. The Padres need to cool off dramatically. They haven't been playing great, but they would really need to do a lot to lose that spot. And then there you are with the Brewers looking from the outside looking in.
Steve Buchanan, DraftKings MLB analyst, joining us here all on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on a Friday on 97.3 ESPN at SBuchanan24 on Twitter. All right, let's get to the Phillies. Look, that was a strange 3 games in Arizona. Yeah. I don't really know, like, what do I even take from those 3 games? You blew a 7-0 lead in game 1. You couldn't do anything right in game 2. And then game 3, you had a football score, 18-2, for goodness sake. So what do we do with the Phillies? Like, are they just a team that's just trying to get through, like, the stretch right now? Like, was not having Castellanos out there with his turf toe issue that much of a problem? Like, what do we do here?
It was such a strange series, like that one, especially when they blew that 7-0 lead. From a betting perspective, you look at that score and you're like, okay, I don't have to check this game anymore. You check the game an hour later and you're like, pardon me, what just happened? Like, what just happened? But that was such a strange series. And then, because like you said, like then they go on to win, what was it, 18-2 after the final game of the series?
Yes.
Like, just so like,
it's a high school football score, Steve.
Yeah, I am more than happy to just crumple that series up and just go, honestly, whatever. I don't even care about that because that's not the team that the Diamondbacks are, and that's not the team that the Phillies are. So it was just kind of like, it felt like one of those knock them out, drag them out series, and then you just kind of move on. What you should be focusing on now is the next two upcoming series because, well, 3 series, I should say. You could actually, next 4, really. Giants, Marlins, Washington, Marlins. Like, you should be taking at least 2 out of 3 out of all of those series. And you need to take at least 2 out of 3 on those series because you got a really tough end to the month when you're seeing the Blue Jays for 2, you got the Braves for 4, I think it is at the end of the month, and then you round it out with some other subpar 500 teams. But this month is so critical for the Phillies to take advantage of because these are all beatable teams. Like this upcoming series against the Giants, they were one of the worst scoring offenses in baseball all throughout the month of August. They only outscored the Nationals, the Athletics, and the Marlins. Like if those are the only 2 teams that you're outscoring for the entire month, and this was a team that was, a potential playoff contender, then you absolutely need to be taking 2 out of 3 from this series. Like tonight's going to be kind of one of the tougher matchups for Alex Cobb. Is nothing flashy, but he is a ground ball inducing machine. Like he's inducing ground balls at like a rate of 61%. That is the highest of his career. Like it's absurd how much he's inducing ground balls. And you got Kyle Gibson going on the hill tonight. He's been much better in the second half of the year. He's also been getting a lot of ground balls lately too. So against this struggling offense, like you definitely need to take at least 2 out of 3 from this one there. The Marlins I just mentioned in the Nationals. So you're literally facing in the next 2 weeks the 3 out of the 4 worst scoring offenses in all of baseball from last month. So this should be a time when you're just riding this out and focusing on that Braves series at I think it's on the 16th of June that one starts. That's where your focus needs to be on. Don't overlook these games, but like anything less than 2 out of 3 in these next 3 or 4 series, I think would be considered a failure for this Phillies team.
The Phillies had the Braves for 7 out of 9 games at one point later this month. 3 in Atlanta. Then they come home for 2 against Toronto, oddly enough, and then 4 against Atlanta at home. That's the end of their home season. The rest of their games are on the road this year. By the way, I think the dumbest thing in sports is the Phillies are ending their season against an American League team. Like, I don't understand. I don't get that. Like, maybe I watch too much football, but like, you don't end the season Phillies Astros. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's they have the universal DH, and even if we didn't have that, you would have that in Houston, so there would be that there. But it is really odd. I mean, if you're not a fan of that, I mean, I hope you haven't seen the schedule for next year when everybody plays.
But here's the thing: I'm okay with that because they came out and told me,
yeah,
everyone's playing everyone. And if you notice next year's schedule, the Phillies finished the year versus the Mets. So,
okay, nice.
So, at least it's like you're playing everyone and you're finishing the year against your division. I can accept that. I'm not a fan of vomit. Here's a schedule.
Yeah, it is very odd too. And just because, like, just think of the implications here. Like, Houston's basically got the division wrapped up, so there's nothing huge there. But let's just say, like, they weren't in content. Well, let's just say they were fighting for the division, right? And then in the final 3 games, it was, let's say that Houston was 2 games out or something like that, or a game and a half out. And then they wrap up the season against a team not even in their league, against the Phillies. Like, it would just be odd for dramatic. So at least for the Astros, thankfully, they already have this wrapped up. So those final 3 games can just kind of be a throwaway. Because if anything, the game's going to mean more to the Phillies now at how it stands than it is for the Astros. The Astros can just basically rest up for the playoffs when that time comes around. But that is very odd. When I was looking at that the other day, I was like, that's really who they're ending it with on the road, no less, in Houston. It's so strange. But again, at least the Phillies do have the benefit that the first 2 weeks of this season should be a cakewalk.
As I've told you in the past, Steve, we have Yankee and Met fans in our audience as well. So let's hit on those 2 teams before I let you go. The Mets, they're an interesting team to watch right now because, with Diaz and the trumpets and everything going on with him, the reality is that aside from Diaz, I think the biggest story for the Mets is DeGrom is becoming DeGrom again. And that's a dangerous thing for the rest of the league.
Yeah, no doubt, especially if you're playing, a best of 5 series and your first 2 games are going to be up against DeGrom and Scherzer. Like, if you fall behind or if you can't take at least one of those games, I mean, you're donezo, right? I mean, that's basically curtains for you there. The best chance to beat the Mets now is going to be later in the series. And then if we get to the 7-game series, depending how it shakes out, maybe you see some of those guys twice in a series. Like, that's going to be really hard to come out of. So, for the Mets' sake, they really, really need to make sure that they win that division. They're trying to stave off the Braves as much as they can, but you don't want to, get into that wild card series and then you have to use your top guys in that series. And thus it really kind of messes with what the rotation could look like if you don't have to play the wild card series. So like, they better try their damnedest to make sure that they can stave off the Braves through the final month and week or so that we have left. But yeah, I mean, DeGrom looks fantastic. Scherzer's been a little bit shaky, but if that's his biggest issue, if that's like what's been, the problem with the rotation, the Mets are doing just fine. I would like to see a little more consistency from the lineup in this final month of the season. I know they just took 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers, so really hard to complain about what you're getting from this Mets team right now. But if it's not going to matter if you're getting those stellar performances from DeGrom and Scherzer if this offense can't be consistent like we've seen other teams been. Like the Dodgers, aside from that series, has been so consistent with their offense. That's why they have the largest run differential in the league at plus 284, which is an absurd number. Almost a 300 run total difference. Like that's unbelievable. But that has been the reason why they have also won 90 games so far. So I know the Mets are only 6 games off, but I definitely want to see some more consistency from that offense moving forward.
I think the Yankees are happy the month of August is over. 18 losses in the month. I mean, holy cow.
Yeah.
But guess what? They have time still to fix things up and get ready for the postseason. What is the one thing they have to get straightened out the most?
They have to stay healthy. They can't afford to lose guys again. And we talked about this, I think it was last week, when you got Stanton back in that rotation, that just kind of reset the whole lineup. And now everything is kosher again because now teams have to pitch to Judge. Now they're going to have to pitch to Stanton. They don't just have to pitch around Judge so they can get to Rizzo or get to Donaldson. But they need to stay healthy because they just lost Cortez last week. And this staff doesn't have the depth that it did before they traded Jordan Montgomery, who finally started to have a bad start for the Cardinals. So, you can breathe a little sigh of relief there that Montgomery hasn't turned into the reincarnation of Pedro Martinez or something since moving to the Cardinals. But that rotation can't take any more injuries. Like, I know they're trying to work Severino back so he can join. That would be a big addition, but this team needs to stay healthy because all of a sudden, the team that I said that could potentially, miss the playoffs, the Rays are only 6 games out. The Blue Jays are only 8 games out. Heck, the Orioles are 9.5 games out. Like in a division that seemed to be all wrapped up in the month of June, all of a sudden there's 3 teams who are within 10 games. And 10 games in this short amount of time is a lot to make up. But if you play like you just did in the month of August, back then it was 15 games. Now we're down to single digits. So they just need to stay healthy first and foremost. You basically have a playoff spot wrapped up. Make sure you have that wrapped up first, but then just start resting some of these guys. It's not worth it. You just got Holmes back in the bullpen. Things are starting to look on the up and up, but they got to get through September 1st before they really can start getting ready for the playoffs.
And of course, they end their season with another strange series. The Phillies and Yankees will both be in Texas to end the year. They're playing the Rangers or the Yankees for 4 games because that's where the Yankees want to end their year. 4 games on the road in Texas.
Yeah, that's just really strange. Like, it's just very, very strange. Like it works out great. Like their last home series is against the Orioles for a couple games. Right. That works out good. But that even before that, they have like 2 random games against the Pirates. Like they're at Milwaukee. It's like, it's the weirdest September schedule. Like I remember back in like the early 2000s, it was like June, July was like the only time you saw like the interleague games. It was like, cool. Like, Boston's going to play the Braves in July. Okay. That's awesome. Now we got the Pirates coming to Yankee Stadium September. Like, good Lord, like just such a strange schedule, but at least to the Yankees benefit, they have a pretty easy schedule for the months of September. So again, make sure you lock up that playoff spot first, then start resting these guys. Because, like, I don't think we're going to need Judge against the Pirates for that 2-game series when it starts on September 20th.
Unless he's chasing 61, then. Well,
Yes, unless he is. And I honestly, I would love to see him beat that record. I do want to see that record be broken.
So I'm still holding on to the fact that Judge is going to get a $500 million contract from the Mets in the offseason. I know that one fan was at the Mets game wearing a Judge jersey already. People were confused. So.
Oh, yeah. He's trying to give Uncle Steve a little hint. Hey, this is who we want. This is who we want in the Mets uniform next year. Yep.
At S Buchanan 24 on Twitter for all your MLB analysis. DraftKings Sportsbook. Steve Buchanan joined us here on 97.3 ESPN. Steve, always appreciate you jumping on, and maybe we'll keep an eye out if you tweet out your favorite Stain song later.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back in the archives and try to figure out which one was my favorite.
Take care, my friend.
All right, later, baby.
Josh Hennig here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, filling in for Mike Gill. Yes, you have one more chance today to win tickets to go see Stained in concert at Ocean Casino Resort on September 10th. Go to 973ESPN.com or 973 ESPN mobile app. Fill out the form and you could be a winner. But coming up on the other side, he is joining us earlier because he is a kind human being. Pete Thompson accommodating my crazy schedule today. Happy Hour Friday with the PT next.
Our love for sports is what makes us different from any other station in South Jersey.
Oh, yeah!
Number one for live sports and sports talk. 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Jersey Fresh tomatoes are the best. Secretary of Ag Doug Fisher here to announce that Jersey Fresh tomatoes are ripe and ready for sandwiches, burgers, salads, and sauces. Ask for local Jersey Fresh tomatoes.
When flying insects show up in your home, how do you get rid of them? Hopelessly clapping every single one? Aimlessly swatting back and forth? Hanging fly strips in your living room? Ew, ew, ew. Instead, try Zevo Traps. Zevo uses light, not odor or chemical insecticides, to attract and trap bugs, working continuously so you don't have to. Zevo, people friendly, bug deadly. Now at a store near you.
Long weekends are all about getting a little you time. And at the Home Depot, you time means you building, you drilling, you doing, you recharging, you saving, and you going back for more. Do Labor Day your way and get a free 18-volt battery with select Milwaukee Power Toolkit purchases at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
97.3 ESPN and TrackPhone Wireless want to share ideas with you for enjoying the great outdoors in South Jersey. Here are some popular outdoor ideas this spring. How about taking a walk on the Ocean City, Atlantic City, or Wildwood boardwalks? Or check out the perfect place to watch a sunset. How about the Point in Longport or the Cove in Brigantine? Brought to you by TrackPhone Wireless. Now you're in control.
New Jersey car owners, with interest rates rising, the current value of your trade is about to plummet. So drive directly to Matt Blatt Nissan because AJ the trade man needs your trade.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
So cash in your vehicle now before it's too late and drive home in a new Nissan today with 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days and 1.9% financing for 36 months on every new Nissan in stock or en route. Just because you don't see your new Nissan on the lot doesn't mean you can't drive it home tomorrow. New 2022 Nissan Armada. Get $5,000 off MSRP, $61,885, and drive away with peace of mind with Matt Blatt Nissan's 4-day love it or leave it return policy. MattBlattNissan.com. Negative equity will be refinanced into new vehicle. Interest accrues from date of sale. Not all will qualify. MSRP $61,875. VIN N9677-417. Offers can't be combined. Call 877-289-6670 or go to MattBlattNissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 9/4/22. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
In times of fear, World Vision is there for the most vulnerable. For the last 70 years, we've been standing with kids and families through natural disasters, war, and disease, delivering life-saving aid and helping rebuild lives. And with every act of courage, faith, and love, we do more than just stop the spread of fear. We replace it with hope. Learn more at worldvision.org.
You wash your hands and brush your teeth, but what about your nose? How do you clean your nose? With Navage. Navage pulls saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out the other nostril, flushing out allergens, mucus, dirt, and germs, and it's why nose cleaning is the next evolution in daily personal hygiene. People try Navage for lots of reasons: sinusitis, allergies, snoring, things that make it hard to breathe through your nose. But over time, they also find that cleaning their nose makes them feel better, a lot better. Nearly 3 million Navage users have written more than 100,000 reviews, averaging 4.7 stars, saying things like, best product I've ever used, and amazing, I love my Navage. That's because Navage helps you breathe better, sleep deeper, and snore less. But the biggest payoff is improved health. Here's the key point. Navage is good personal hygiene, and it's going to help you stay healthier. At Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Bed Bath, Target, and online. Navage, Navage. Clean nose, healthy life.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Douglas Fudge, a family tradition now in their 103rd year. Creamy fudge, saltwater taffy, gourmet chocolates and candies, macaroons, and more. All homemade at the historic Douglas Fudge shop on the Wildwood Boardwalk. Visit Douglas Fudge in Stone Harbor.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill, Friday edition, happy hour, Friday on 97.3 ESPN. And it wouldn't be a Friday without Pete Thompson. Happy hour Fridays with the PT all fall long are being brought to you by Boardwalk Honda in Egg Harbor Township. Shop their entire inventory online anytime at boardwalkhonda.com. From Maine to Miami, nobody beats a Boardwalk deal. Yes, Pete Thompson, you actually are now officially a sponsored segment on Fridays. How do you feel about that, Pete Thompson?
Well, seeing that I drive a Honda, I'm right on board with that. And you have experience with Hondas, so okay, all Honda all the time. I'm totally down with
that. Pete, again, appreciate you jumping on a little bit earlier. You got a busy weekend ahead of you, by the way. You're going to be over at Burke Motor Group tomorrow in the middle of the day. So it's not like, some rando time. No, you're in the heart of the Labor Day weekend, Pete Thompson.
Yeah, I love the folks at Burke. It's better at Burke. They used to have the jingle, Burke Motor Group. It's better at Burke. Yeah, they're having their car, truck, and cycle show, free admission. That's the first thing to point out. You don't have to pay anything to show up and see these classic cars, the motorcycles, and then it's a great family event. That's why they put it on Labor Day weekend, and it honors the veterans. It's 10 o'clock until 2 o'clock. That's 519 Stone Harbor Boulevard in Cape May Courthouse, and they've been doing this a long time. Francie Burke, Doug Burke, Dave Burke, those folks down there. So I'm happy to be a part of it. The cool thing is, Josh, my God, between Cup of Bliss Coffee or the Lucky Bones food truck and all the Ritos, Matty G hot dogs, and then there's all kinds of car show vendors too. And then us, people are going to see the 97.3 ESPN tent down there. The PT will be there. I'm there 11 to 1. So I'll be there 2 hours tomorrow, like you said, right in the heart of the day where I get to be on with Billy a little bit in the 11 o'clock hour. And I'm going to sneak in between that college football coverage in the 12 o'clock hour. So I hope people just come out and support because you're already down here anyway, So come on, get off the beach. Get off the beach. It's a beautiful weekend. Get off the beach for an hour or two and bring your kids over for like all the free stuff and all the fun stuff that's happening at Burke Motor Group.
Or maybe you go on your way to the beach, or maybe you go on your way to Stone Harbor to go for a $3 movie on Saturday afternoon.
Do you know what's in the Phillies notes today? You keep saying on the way. Literally the third item down, the fourth item down on the way to Cape May. They wrote that in there and said,
really?
because the Phillies have a scheduled off day on Labor Day for the first time in 24 years. They haven't been off since 1998. And earlier this year, they were off on July 4th for only the 6th time in franchise history. So I guess, Mike Gill takes a holiday on Monday. You take a holiday on Monday. The Phillies take a holiday on Monday. Oh, and me too.
Speaking of the Phillies, let's get into them a little bit, Pete. They got the weekend series in San Francisco this weekend. Now, look, I see the people on the text board, Tom and Margate, always love Tom and Margate checking in. People are saying, Shane in Ocean City, there's a lot of people who are still hanging on the Phillies. They say, okay. But Pete, I got to ask you, because you're a man of the people, okay? Do you think the passion for the Phillies is more verbalized than it is felt?
It's a good question. I think that, first and foremost, thank you, Apple TV Plus, for airing one more of these Phillies games so that it's going to make it harder for me to watch tonight. But that's not what the question you asked. The question you asked was, is it more verbalized than felt? I haven't seen the numbers come back yet. It doesn't help when they get their butt beat out in Arizona. Now, most people were asleep, but the way they blew that game the other night, people are going to gravitate to that first and foremost, I think, but then of course, I even think Fransky said the other night when they won 18-2, he said, this time, if you dozed off and woke up, the result is much better. I just think that people they're like in that wait and see approach. And the Phillies didn't do anybody any favors. Oh, and by the way, I'm not ripping the Phillies. They serve at the pleasure of MLB. The reason the game is on Apple TV is because MLB wants it on Apple TV. I bet if you got John Middleton or some of the Phillies brass in a room privately and said, there's no microphones and this is off the record, how do you feel about this? You'd hear some expletives, but it is what it is. So the truth of it is I'm not optimistic about this series. This is a trap series for me going to San Francisco. You know what their record is at Oracle Park /AT&C / whatever the hell you call it? They're all time 26-46. Josh, that's not good.
No. My favorite part was the fact you added in all 3 sponsors that have been there for the last 20 years. So
that's right. It's funny. There's a lot of times where I've thought to myself, God, I'd really like to see the Phillies play in San Francisco. And then I think back to the fact that they always get their butts beat out there. Plus, what am I going to do? Go up to the concession stand and say I want some sushi or some octopus? No, thank you. So I really don't want to go to San Francisco. But maybe I'll go when they don't. Maybe I'll go sometime when they don't play the Phillies.
You mentioned the Apple TV Plus. I gotta say, Pete, look, this is the thing that I think that I can't get past this point. And maybe this is just, if I sound like an old man, get off my lawn. Maybe I am. I got some gray in my goatee nowadays. But Pete, here's the thing: Apple TV Plus isn't the number 1, the number 2, the number 3, or the number 4 streaming platform in this country.
Yep.
But yet they've had all of these baseball games, and they just recently figured out maybe we should make this free for people because they're not signing up for our service. And I just wonder, Pete, you used to work in the TV business for a long time.
I did.
I mean, is this potentially just a massive backfire for baseball? Like they thought this was going to be a home run and it's just not worked out. And maybe they're the ones who told Apple TV, guys, you got to make this free because nobody is signing up for your bleep.
I think MLB put some pressure on them to tell them to convert it to free, but I also think it's in the retail business, they call that a loss leader, right? It's the same reason that, if you come in and get this for free, then you'll go into the store and get this. I mean, shameless plug, if you have the Wawa app right now, you get 15 cents off your gas, right? So if you use the Wawa app, Wawa's not stupid. They figure that if they charge you less for the gas by using the app, then maybe you'll go in and get your shorty, your hers, your soft pretzel, and a few other high-priced things that Wawa wants to sell you. So that's the whole concept of loss leader. I think that's what Apple TV Plus was trying to hope to do in boosting their eyeballs. It's funny. Everybody has an iPhone, except for you and me, but everybody has an iPhone. But I don't know how many people are actually seeking out these games, and thankfully this is the last one for this year. We'll see what they do next year.
Well, Pete, the last one was supposed to be the last one, but then
but then they realized it was too juicy an opportunity to see Gabe Kapler manage against his former team.
Phillies are on the West Coast. 10:15 tonight is the first pitch.
Oh, and by the way, since they are on Apple TV, that means that at 11:30, when nobody can find the Phillies game, they can turn over to PHL 17 and watch me represent 97.3 ESPN on a show called The Sports Scene. I'm making my Philly TV debut.
Wait, you've never been on Philly TV before?
I mean, like, I was serving food at a Taste of the Quarter for the United Way one time in the background. That was my hand interviewing, I don't know, Claude Giroux. I asked, Chris Pronger a question once. I asked Andy Reid a question once. Have I actually appeared on a Philly TV station? No, the answer is no. Even when I did the high school football show for the now defunct SNJ Today, I tried to tell people up there, like, my dad could find it in Lafayette Hill, but, it's hard to tell. I mean, he's like, wait, where's the channel again? But this one's pretty darn easy. I mean, it's PHL 17, for God's sakes. It's been around forever.
Well, congratulations, Pete. I was unaware that you had not even accidentally landed on,
I've never, listen, there's only one Scott Grayson, baby, Fox 29. I got to tell you, I have never been the emergency fill-in guy. I've never been
that's what I thought. I thought
so-and-so's having a baby. You're in, I mean, what was I going to do? Tell Gary Papa to get out of the way,
Well, I mean, you worked at NBC, TV 40 for all those years. I thought maybe there might have been an accidental day that, NBC 10 might have been like, hey, you around on blah, blah, blah day for something?
Never a time. And granted, I'm not hosting this show, but it sure is nice that I'm going to be on the same show as Merrill Reese. That doesn't stink.
No.
Yeah.
What does stink is my Merrill Reese impersonation, which is why I'm not going to do it. I'll leave that to Mike Gill.
I did do one. It's not as good as Gill's, but I did do one, so you'll see that. Tune in just for that. No, set the DVR, for God's sakes. It's 11:30. But whatever. I wanted to have record ratings so that maybe they ask me back to do it again. And you'll notice I'm wearing my Town Square shirt today. That's because I wore it for the segment, since I'm representing 97.3 ESPN. So there you go, Mike Rubel, Jen Smith, Jim McClain. I'm talking to you three. I'm wearing your shirt. Silence on that end.
Happy Hour Friday with Pete Thompson here on 97.3 ESPN. PT is obviously ready for Happy Hour thanks to Boardwalk Honda in Egg Harbor Township. I'm wearing the shirt that you bought me, but in part.
Oh, Susan will like that. Technically, she picks it out, but yeah.
Well, I'm also wearing in part because it was clean. So
that's also important. So is this one.
It's been going on in my personal life. My week has been such chaos.
Mine too.
That for me, this has been is this clean? I will wear it week.
Yeah, mine too. You know what's funny? You do the pre-interview before you do a segment, and the host, this Jason Lee, is the guy that hosts this Sports Scene show, and he looks over my shoulder for the folks on the StreamYard. He looks over my shoulder and he says, "Is that the stadium complex?" And I said, "Yes." And he goes, when is that? And so I moved the laptop a little bit and I said, "That is the Vet and the Spectrum and the Wells Fargo Center and the Link and a still being built Citizens Bank Park." And he goes, "What year was that?" And I had to turn around. It's December 21st, 2003. It was the last time the Vet was imploded, I think the next day or 2 days later, but they basically took the picture very shortly before they imploded the Vet.
That's incredible.
And he's like, "That's the greatest picture. Can we talk about that?" I said, "Yes." And then as TV people do you know what he did? Completely forgot to talk about it.
Speaking of the Eagles, Pete, I want to get to them before I let you go. Not just because I'm wearing the Eagles shirt, but because, Pete, we are basically a week away from the start of the NFL season, a week and a few days away from the start of the Eagles season. Listen, this week has been interesting. They've made some moves. They made some additions. Do you think the Eagles are going to win the NFC East?
Yes, hands down, easily. That's an easy one. You got another one? We got big troubles here. We got big troubles because this in my hand is my fantasy football draft from last night. I broke my rule. I usually only draft one Eagle and bury that person like in the 13th, 14th, or 15th round. I am so high on this football team that I took A.J. Brown in the 3rd round and Devontae Smith in the 8th round and the Eagles defense special teams in the 13th round. Holy cow, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid.
You're drinking something. I mean, goodness.
Well, it is Happy Hour Friday.
It is Happy Hour Friday with Pete Thompson. But seriously, like I asked the question earlier, Pete, like my thing is, I don't want to be the guy who just keeps screaming how great this team is because they're not going undefeated. They're not going to go 17-0.
I agree. But they're going to win the division, and there is all the stuff is there for them to succeed. They have a solid offensive line.
I agree.
They have a great receiving core. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed Miles Sanders in there. I got him in the 9th round, so I didn't count that right.
Miles Sanders?
You bet your sweet bippy I did. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4. You can pick on me all you want, man. You can laugh and mock and laugh and mock. Didn't I play in the championship of the 97-3 ESPN league last year and lost? But didn't I play in the championship of this league and I won? You know what? They gave me on that CBS, the experts, the draft experts, they gave me a C+ for my drafting. And I'm okay with that. If you get an A or an A+, you ain't winning the league. These yahoos and morons that do the national pontificating of fantasy football get way too technical on this stuff. You got to get lucky. And I don't really, if Ramondre Stevenson walked down the street and said, I play for the Patriots, I'd say, that's nice. I have no idea who that guy is, but he might win me a championship.
Happy Hour Friday with the PT being sponsored by Boardwalk Honda in Egg Harbor Township. Shop their entire inventory online anytime at boardwalkhonda.com. From Maine to Miami, nobody beats a Boardwalk deal. Pete Thompson, who drives the Honda, I appreciate you coming on the show a little bit earlier. I'll leave the hypercriticism when Gil is back with you on Tuesday.
I'll put it right back on there. Bigger, better, or however that goes. Yeah. All right.
Bigger, better Boardwalk.
Oh, sorry. See, I already forgot.
I'll talk to you later, Pete.
See you, Josh. Have a good weekend.
Josh Hennig, affiliate for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash. 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. Still to come, NFL insider Adam Caplan for today's Football at 4. And in the 4 o'clock hour, 1992 Heisman Trophy winner Gino Torretta at 4:25. Also to come on the Sports Bash.
There's never an off season for the NFL. It's Football at 4 every day at 4 p.m. on the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Here we go. What's the safest bet in town? Another World Series run? Maybe a Super Bowl trophy. Or knowing that at Matt Blatt Kia, you can drive a new Kia with 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days. And Matt Blatt Kia's 4-day love it or leave it return policy on every new 2023 new Kia in stock. Don't see your new Matt Blatt Kia on the lot? Doesn't mean you can't be driving it home tomorrow. Worried about your credit? Forget it. We finance your future, not your past. Why settle for a used vehicle when you could be driving a brand new Kia? Because if you have a job clearing $400 per week, we want to approve you today. All Kias come with a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited warranty. And we want your trade. We'll even buy it for cash.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
On approved credit plus applicable taxes and fees. See dealer for details. Not all will qualify. Deferred payment through TFCU. Interest accrues from date of sale. Offers don't combine. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor River Township. And now on Route 37 in Tom's River.
Explore Banana Republic Factory now and enjoy 50% off everything from heritage classics to new arrivals for the season. Discover essential styles from $24.99. Find your nearest store or shop online only at Banana Republic Factory.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. An oil change with quality oil like Castrol Edge Full Synthetic can help your engine get more out of every tank. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for only $37.99. Get what you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Long weekends are all about getting a little you time. And at the Home Depot, you time means you building, you drilling, you doing, you recharging, you saving, and you going back for more. Do Labor Day your way and get a free 18-volt battery with select Milwaukee Power Toolkit purchases at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Straight Talk Wireless knows there are plenty of reasons you might need a new phone. But switching to a better wireless provider doesn't have to be one of them. Keep your own phone and save when you switch to any Straight Talk Wireless plan, like our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with unlimited high-speed data and 5 gigs of hotspot, plus nationwide 5G on America's best networks. Keep your own phone. Switch to a better wireless plan. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. Requires a compatible unlocked phone and QIOP kit. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
New message. What up? It's Heather's cousin. You dated her in college, or maybe you were just in the same class. Anyway, I heard you bought a boat, my man. Let's hit the water. Oh, and Heather told me you always liked snacks and stuff, so I could totally bring some chips.
When you get a boat, you also get new friends. Make sure Progressive's one of them, and get coverage today for as little as $100 a year.
Hey, also, I'm a little short on cash, so can you cover the chips? Thanks. I can see why Heather liked you.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Annual premium for basic liability policy not available in all states.
O'Reilly.
Trust the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your car. Like 5 quarts of Mobile One Full Synthetic, now just $33.95, plus earn double O Rewards points. Extend the life of your vehicle, improve performance, and protect your engine against sludge and wear with Mobile One Full Synthetic at O'Reilly Auto Parts and O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Are you watching your retirement savings melt away right in front of your eyes as the economy crumbles? Well, if you have an IRA, 401k, or similar account, I need to tell you about a better way that was revealed by a Wall Street Journal best-selling book. Simply put, you can opt out of the insanity and convert your existing retirement account into the most stable physical asset in history: physical gold and silver. Plus, this conversion might qualify you for an IRS loophole that could save you even more. Today, Advantage Gold is giving away a completely free audiobook version of the national bestseller, Gold is a Better Way. Just text the word BETTER to 48542 to get your copy. That's BETTER to 48542. By the time you drive home, this simple step may save the future value of your retirement. It's not too late if you're not prepared. You can take action now and claim a free copy. Text the word BETTER to 48542. That's BETTER to 48542. Message and data rates may apply.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor.
Don't miss the Atlantic City In-Water Boat Show. 4 days only, September 8th to the 11th at the Golden Nugget Marina. Free self-parking, live entertainment, kids under 12 free. Buy advanced discount tickets at acinwaterboatshow.com.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
3:52 on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill. Still to come, football at 4 with NFL insider Adam Caplan from the Inside the Birds podcast. We'll also talk with 1992 Heisman Trophy winner Gino Torretta about this weekend in college football. Football scientist Casey Joyner, one thought on every team in the NFL at 5 p.m. And then more on the NFL and the Eagles with Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports at 5:30. Speaking of college football, how about the fact that they are going to expand it to 12 teams? The committee, College Football Playoff Committee, has decided they're going to expand now. I wonder how much of that has to do with all these new TV contracts coming up. You know, the The college football playoffs TV contract expires in 2026. You have to wonder if them expanding is maybe their way of trying to get it out of that contract early, get a new fat contract long term. Just saying. Over on the text board at 609-403-0973. Texter chimes in, says that just not accurate about people from Philadelphia and the surrounding area, Josh. We can do more than one thing at a time. Look, I wasn't I understand you're talking about the guest, Mike McGarry, earlier, accusing you guys of that. I'm just saying that when I run into people out and about, I get a vibe that people say they're really into the Phillies. Like I said to Pete Thompson, but they're just not passionate about it, okay? You know, like, and listen, Shane Ocean City is right, okay? Shane Ocean City said, look, people around here are not as big a college football fans as I am, okay? He says the Phillies have a ton of people still hanging on. First of all, Shane Ocean City, I appreciate you listening. And second of all, look, you're right. Not everyone is like me. Doesn't mean that it changes anything. No, I get it. But I'm just saying, you know, when I wear a Phillies hat or a Phillies shirt out, I just like to see a little more juice from the people. This team is going to the postseason for the first time in 10 years. And it's like, ho hum, let's talk about the Eagles. Like, I don't know. I just like to see a little more juice from the people. Sam from Avalon checks in at 609-403-0973. Do you think Notre Dame has a chance of beating Ohio State tomorrow? Well, you can hear that game right here on 97.3 ESPN FM, Sam. It'll be coming on. We have a doubleheader tomorrow. Oregon versus Georgia, followed by Notre Dame versus Ohio State. Two of the biggest games of the weekend right here on your radio airwaves and on the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. I don't know if Notre Dame can beat Ohio State, but I don't think they're a 17-point worse than Ohio State. I think that people are overrating Ohio State's defense. I think their offense is going to be electric. I think Ohio State's got a lot going for them. But I think Marcus Freeman's got those kids believing. So I tend to believe that it'll be an interesting game. I just don't know if they're going to beat Ohio State. I think Ohio State has a chance to win the national championship this year. Thank you, Sam and Avalon, for chiming in. Football at 4, Adam Caplan, next on 97.3 ESPN.
College football on ESPN Radio.
You and we are built for this. Georgia has won the national championship.
Defending national champion Georgia jumps right into the fire in a Week 1 showdown against Bo Nix and their Oregon Ducks. Coverage begins tomorrow at 3:30 Eastern.
Listen every Saturday for the nation's top college football action on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's football station.
Health Update with Robin Stoloff. Learn more, live better.
If depression or anxiety runs in your family, are you more susceptible? The latest research says genetics may play a role, but that's not the end of the story. Most medical conditions are influenced by our environment, lifestyle, and personal experiences. These are also shared by families, and that's why it's hard to tell what role genetics plays. Studies show women have a 42% chance of hereditary depression, while men only have a 29% chance. Age is also a consideration. In many cases, the younger the person is when they get anxiety or depression, the more likely it is hereditary. If you have relatives with anxiety, depression, or both, learn the warning signs so you can recognize them early on. Most importantly, seek help for any mental health condition, whether it runs in your family or not. I'm Robin Stoloff for Health Update.
Health Update with Robin Stoloff, empowering you to live a healthier life.
New Jersey car owners, with interest rates rising, the current value of your trade is about to plummet. So drive directly to Matt Blatt Nissan because AJ the Trade Man needs your trade.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
So cash in your vehicle now before it's too late and drive home in a new Nissan today with 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days and 1.9% financing for 36 months on every new Nissan in stock or en route. Just because you don't see your new Nissan on the lot doesn't mean you can't drive it home tomorrow. New 2022 Nissan Armada. Get $5,000 off MSRP, $61,885, and drive away with peace of mind with Matt Blatt Nissan's 4-day love it or leave it return policy. MattBlattNissan.com. Negative equity will be refinanced into new vehicle. Interest accrues from date of sale. Not all will qualify. MSRP $61,875. VIN N9677-417. Offers can't be combined. Call 877-289-6670 or go to MattBlattNissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 9/4/22. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
Long weekends are all about getting a little you time. And at the Home Depot, you time means you building, you drilling, you doing, you recharging, you saving, and you going back for more. Do Labor Day your way and get a free 18-volt battery with select Milwaukee Power Toolkit purchases at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Hey, thanks for coming over, Jake from State Farm.
Couldn't say no, Pablo. I love me some vinyl.
Well, my budget doesn't. Calling time on my vinyl collecting.
Whoa! Don't give up what you love. State Farm has options like insuring your home and ride with great rates on both.
Ooh, that's music to my ears.
All right, spin that vinyl. For surprisingly great rates, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
Dak Prescott here. Why do I choose proven quality sleep from Sleep Number? Because better sleep elevates my game. Only my Sleep Number 360 smart bed helps me fall asleep faster, keeps me cool, and effortlessly adjusts for my best sleep. The result? 28 minutes more restful sleep a night. That's more focus, more edge, and more highlights. And that means more wins for all of us.
Save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed plus free delivery when you add a base. Ends Labor Day. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. An oil change with quality oil like Castrol Edge Full Synthetic can help your engine get more out of every tank. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $37.99. Get what you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Booking Games in Ocean Casino Resort this football season. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screens. Go to the Gallery. Go to Ocean. Go for the win. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is 97.3 ESPN, home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Hey, got 'em!
WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City. 97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with Adam Caplan.
I have real confidence that our football operations can once again create a dominant football team.
Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Now, live from inside the Matt Blatt Kia Studios. It's Football at 4.
Football at 4, Friday edition, Labor Day weekend. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. It's been a busy week for the Eagles. I mean, you've had trades, you've had waivers, you've had guys put on the practice squad. You have 4 quarterbacks in the building, for goodness sake. So again, all that and more to recap a wild week for the Eagles as we went from the initial 53-man, as Adam Caplan and Jeff Mosher like to say on the Inside the Birds podcast. Well, now we got version 6 of the roster on Friday. Adam, how you doing today?
I am good, my friend. Good to be with you on this, what I would call an interesting week. Yes, it definitely has been. A lot of action. No, things have considerably slowed down today and yesterday, but certainly a lot has happened around the NFL and with the Eagles.
Well, speaking of yesterday, the Eagles claimed a running back, Trey Sermon. For some people, he may be most famous for having 300-plus rushing yards against Northwestern when he was at Ohio State. But to me, I think there's a lot of reasons for me why I understand why they did it. So, Adam, from what you understand, why did the Eagles claim Trey Sermon off waivers?
Yeah, look, this is a guy that they had a fairly high grade on. This is a guy that doesn't cost them anything. It's just a waiver claim. They didn't have to sign him now. They do inherit his contract, but they didn't have to give up anything for him. He's only in the second year of a 4-year deal. He's got good. He's got good backup money, but the fact of the matter is, this is a guy who did very well in the Senior Bowl, who opened the season as the starter last year with the Niners. Now, he didn't have a great training camp, to be sure. What happened is Elijah Mitchell got hurt, and Mitchell did not play in Week 1. And Sermon was a guy that sort of underachieved for them, and they addressed the position again in the third round with Ty Davis-Price, and he didn't have a great training camp, very average, I'm told, this summer. But the reason why the Eagles wanted him, the big reason, is because he's got size. This is something we had outlined on Inside the Birds. 2 things to start training camp. They were going to do something at safety, and they're going to do something at running back by the start of the season, and they did both. And this kind of, Josh, I mean, if you looked at it, there's really nothing else. I mean, you just got to go with this roster. They hit up 2 holes, one major one at safety, which we certainly could get into if you'd like, and then the one at running back. Well, now Sermon, we'll see how long he can hang here, but he fills that size role, no doubt.
You mentioned the size role. I had a lot of people asking me yesterday, Adam, where's Jordan Howard? Why didn't they bring back Jordan Howard? And my simple answer, Adam, is I think the Eagles want to get younger. They're not trying to win just now. I think they're trying to prepare for the long term. I think it's part of the reason why Sermon's here.
Well, the problem with Jordan Howard is very simple. This one's easy to figure out. He's had too many injuries with the stinger and the neck, and they were not willing to go in that direction. That's what I'm told. So they wanted to go in a different direction. They like Jordan Howard. Certainly did a great job in that role, no doubt. When they got him from the Bears, it just turned out to be they keep bringing him back. And boy, when healthy, he did such a great job. And he kind of Jordan Howard, by the way, was the guy who had to revive his career. The Bears didn't want him anymore. He struggled with them in his final year there, and he certainly revived his career with the Eagles.
Now, they claimed Trey Sermon, and they got other running backs on the practice squad, LaMichael P. Ryan and Kennedy Brooks. So this is a team that seems to, at least, shall I say, value having multiple options just in case?
In terms of Sermon, you mean? Bringing him in here?
Well, Sermon, but also they got the 2 running backs on the practice squad.
Yeah. Well, Kennedy Brooks has been here, and he just doesn't run very well. He's sort of a power back. He does have size, but we told people weeks ago there is no chance he'd make the team. He's really not good enough. And the big one is LaMichael P. Ryan, the cousin of Samaje P. Ryan. Yeah, that one, boy, LaMichael, Josh, never did anything for the Jets. Right. At the University of Florida, it just didn't work. I'm surprised. He was given chance after chance by Joe Douglas, who drafted him with the Jets, but it didn't work. Look, this is another draft pick. That's the thing. Another mid-round pick who's going to get another chance to revive his career with another team. This one, it has to be with the Eagles. So at least you like that these guys were highly touted coming out of college, and yes, they've underachieved, but that's the good thing, and he has size. They kind of OD'd on the size thing. We didn't see this is a little strong for us, but they've addressed it. You can't say they didn't address it. Now we'll see what happens with Sermon. Now, also we should mention Miles Sanders started working back yesterday. He'll be ready for Week 1 with a hamstring, barring a setback. But the question is, because Sanders has been out for 3 weeks or more, how much work can he handle Week 1 against the Lions?
We mentioned the practice squad. A lot of familiar faces from training camp there. Reed Sinnett, Britton Covey, Devin Allen, Deion Kane, Noah Togiai, LaRaven Clark, a lot of guys who are on that practice squad who were with them already in camp. Yeah,
this is interesting. So we had projected, let's see, the only ones we didn't think that were, let me see, I'm just looking at our show from last week. We projected 12 of these guys. We didn't know that Cameron Tom, or some people call Tom Cameron, would be on the practice squad. Matt Leo doesn't count because he's the exception. No, look, of course we weren't sure about Sasha, whether he'd make the team or not. No, the big one, I got to give the Eagles credit to get Anthony Harris, who they cut to their practice squad. That's a great job by them. Now, obviously, good for him to be willing to do it after they cut him. That's a heck of a practice squad addition. I like that one. Reed Sinnett. I want to talk about Ian Book, Josh, before we get out of here. But Reed Sinnett. Reed Sinnett is a guy that, look, he got off to a great start. He did well for 2 weeks and then completely fell off. But for the Eagles, they still want to try to develop him. He showed enough where he gives you something on the practice squad. So I like that. And then Devin Allen, of course, no one was going to claim him. Brett Covey has a very good chance to be added from the practice squad to the 53 next Saturday, which is the deadline for the Lions game. That's at 4 p.m. Eastern. I believe that'll have a good chance to happen. They need to get through practice this week, but that's a good chance to happen. Deion Kane had a very good preseason and training camp, but the reason why we said he won't be on the team is they don't need to keep 6 receivers. Well, heck, they're not even keeping 5 now that they traded Jalen Reagor. Right. They did technically keep 5, but they just traded him. And Christian Ellis, I know we don't talk about Luther Ellis' son very much, but he's super athletic, and the Eagles like him. He missed all of training camp due to an injury, but they want to take a look at him. And let me give you one more little sleeper here. Mario Goodrich, he was one of the better young cornerbacks in training camp over the final 2 weeks, and he pushed for a roster spot. He did clear waivers. They did sign him to the practice squad. And then the other one is Davion Taylor. Davion Taylor signed yesterday. Signed his contract. Here's a guy that completely was a miss as a third-round pick, and he did enough with them to at least get another look. And this is a good spot for him, Josh, because there was no way he would ever play if he had been on the 53.
I mean, he was always going to be a bit of a development guy, right? Like he was someone who he barely almost played no high school football because of his mom's religious beliefs. And then he got to Colorado and he was super green. So wasn't he always a project guy anyway, Davion Taylor?
Yes, and this is where the practice squad is so integral into his development. If he's ever going to make it, develop him at a slower pace. The Eagles are so deep. I know it's kind of funny for me to say. I don't think fifth year of Inside the Birds, I promise you, I've never said the Eagles have a deep linebacker group. Well, they do. And they do not need Davion Taylor at all. There are going to be some guys, who don't play a lot, like Nakobe Dean. He's a backup. Now, we'll have to see how much he plays. Obviously, he'll dress, but will he play 20 snaps, 15, 30? We don't know. They'll have to figure that out. But he's not even going to have the role we thought because T.J. Edwards beat him out for a starting inside linebacker job in their 34 front.
NFL insider Adam Caplan joining us for Friday's edition of Football at 4, of course, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. You mentioned Jalen Reagor. We got to get to him, Adam, because, you and Jeff had talked about for a while the possibility of Reagor being traded. Well, he didn't just get traded; he got traded to the Vikings.
Yeah, it's hard to believe, Josh. It's just J.J. Arcega-Whiteside ends up to the team with Metcalf, though he's on the practice squad. No, the reason why I wanted to finish this talk off because I want to talk about how it impacts the team. Everybody knows what happened. We don't need to rehash the trade and all that. That's behind us. But we need to talk about going forward what this looks like. So the first thing is, obviously this created an open spot for a receiver because you can't really go into a game or every week dressing just 4 receivers. That's risky. That's why I said a couple minutes ago that Covey figures to be signed or elevated. Every team gets 3 practice squad elevations. 3 elevations per player. So now the Eagles, there's a little bit of roster gymnastics because another thing is Andre Dillard got hurt earlier this week. He figures to go on IR, short-term IR. So that one, the Eagles have a choice. Do they replace him with Covey, who could be the permanent punt returner, or do they use LaRaven Clark for that, or just elevate Clark? That's a little bit of a challenge for the personnel staff, which will, over the next week, they could decide that there's no rush. Again, they have till next Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern to make that decision. But as far as, the receiver position now without Reagor, you don't have him as the 5th receiver. Had he been on the team, he was going to be the 5th. You know what it looks like. Zach Pascal's their 4th receiver, and if Covey's added, he'll be a backup slot. That's really all he can play. I know they like their receivers to have versatility, but that's really all he can do. Now, here's the funny thing about Covey, which I don't think people realize. He did very well in training camp. He just didn't get opportunities in the games. So some people didn't have him on their 53. You're not basing on reality of the fact that he was good enough to make it, but because he did not have practice, clubs don't get an opportunity to see his practice tape unless it was the Dolphins or the Browns who they practice against, but there's no good game tape. So the Eagles thought, and they were right, that they could sneak him through waivers and he wouldn't be claimed, and they were correct about that. As a matter of fact, the only one, Josh, that I thought was a mistake was Jack Anderson being cut, and he got claimed, I think, by the Giants. Brandon Brown is there, who's a former Eagles personnel guy who's now a assistant GM for the Giants, so he obviously knows him. And that's a valuable guy to have because his ability to play center and also to play guard. He's not really a tackle, but he has value, and that was a little bit of a surprise that they cut him.
When you think about the way this team is going to be moving forward, Adam, because you mentioned, hey, Dillard has the injury, or Raven Clark can move up. They trade Rager. They got 3 wide receivers on the practice squad. How much of this is, just Howie Roseman thinking a step ahead constantly?
What do you mean by that in terms of when you talk about 3 receivers there?
Well, just like the big picture, like the Eagles are keeping the big picture in mind with the practice squad, using that, for these different things.
Yeah, so Covey we talked about. Now, okay, I'm glad you brought this up because we didn't really talk about Devin Allen. Devin Allen absolutely should not have been on the roster. I mean, I know people went crazy with a big touchdown catch. I mean, he's a major developmental player. He hasn't played meaningful football in 6 years, okay? Let's be real here. He has to learn how to play football at this level. He is absolutely perfect for a practice squad. He has no business being on a 53-man roster. Now, Deion Kane earned a roster spot, but the Eagles just felt like because he's vested, they could just cut him. That way he's not subject to waivers. That's why they did it that way. And, yeah, you're right. They got him back, Josh, and this gives you tremendous flexibility. Kane is really more of an outside receiver, so if they needed to bring him up, they can if someone got hurt. Covey is a backup slot punt returner who could do kicks. He's better as a punt returner. And Devin Allen, Josh, is clearly just a kickoff returner. He's not ready to play receiver at this level. I'm fascinated now you brought this up. Would there be a game where they would call Devin Allen up and use one of those 3 elevations because he's so fast in a straight line? I do wonder if there's a feature for him sometime this season as their kickoff returner.
Hey, I think there are a lot of Eagle fans who love that idea, Adam, just because you know how Eagle fans are. They fall in love with guys, and I think a lot of Eagle fans fell in love with him.
Yeah, it's a cool story. He's a track star, but track guys, strictly track guys. I know he did play football at Oregon. It takes him a while, and plus he's much older. It's interesting because their special teams returns were so bad, and Rager did not do as well, obviously. Other than his rookie season when he had the return for a touchdown, he was such a major disappointment as a returner. It kind of set them back. His failure completely destroyed their return game in terms of having someone settled. They don't have. It's still really not settled. If I had to guess, it would be Quez Watkins as a kick returner. I don't know that it's settled yet, but he looked like the best guy in camp. So that's it. I know fans are really pissed off about their return game. I just looking at our message boards on Inside the Birds on Facebook, I know it bothers people, and I get it. I'm with you. They got to get the special teams returns down. That's been obviously a problem for the last year or so.
Adam, before I let you go, I got to ask you, Ian Book. He is now in the Eagles roster. Reed Sinnett on the practice squad. What's the Eagles' plans here?
Yeah, we have some great stuff on Ian Book. I know he was a 4th rounder, but he had grades from rounds 5 through 7 from around the league. That was kind of a reach. You don't take a guy in the 4th round who you see as a 3rd-string quarterback. That was a mistake by it. The Saints completely misgraded him. We have some great stuff for a Monday show on him, on Ian Book, but I'll tell you this. He does give them a little bit of a different look because he's athletic. I know he's not the biggest guy in the world, but he gives them a different look for their scout team, and they call the look team, certainly as a 3rd-string quarterback. But don't forget now, he's got this year and 2 more years on his contract. Gardner Minshew's contract is up after the season.
Something to keep in mind. You mentioned Inside the Birds dropping this Monday. So Labor Day, when everyone is driving home from the shore or going to the beach, they can download the Inside the Birds podcast. Adam Caplan, Jeff Mosher, that'll be dropping on Monday. And you guys got a lot of stuff going on as well over at InsideTheBirds.com. Adam, before I let you go, do you guys have an idea yet on what the new lineup is going to be for the football season?
Yes, we do. We are actually putting up. Okay, I'll give you a little nugget here. We're going to put up put out a press release middle of next week announcing our fall lineup. I'm going to give you another nugget. We're going to go back to, because people are like, keep asking us, when are you going to do 3 shows again? Well, we're doing it. We're doing one Monday, that show.
Yep.
We're going to do one because we're only previewing this coming week. We're not reviewing a game. We're going to go over my training camp tour where I go camp to camp to camp. Plus, if you have fantasy drafts like me, I just did 3 this week and I've got 2 next week. I'll give you nuggets per every camp that I got. We're going to drop that on Tuesday or Wednesday, and then we'll preview the Lions game Friday morning. So, yeah, you're going to get that. We'll announce our pregame show lineup. We're going to we're working on a postgame thing. It's all fluid because you have to sign. We have to sign these contracts, but we're going to make some big announcements next week. And by the way, we also appreciate the Philadelphia Inquirer write-up on us, which we weren't aware of, but we appreciate it that they did this. It's pretty cool. We're part of their 45 best podcasts in the Philadelphia region. It doesn't have to be sports; it could be in anything. So it's really cool that they did that. And then we got a very cool guest coming up. We got a bunch planned, Josh. We can't announce yet. We got a super cool, super fan Eagle who's a major celebrity everybody will remember.
Well, you got me excited, Adam. I can't wait to see all about it next week. Inside the Birds, the podcast. Like, subscribe, download, give it that 5-star review on Apple Podcasts and Spotify, at Caplan NFL on Twitter for all your Eagles NFL coverage. And, of course, InsideTheBirds.com. Adam, great stuff today.
You got it, Josh. Thank you.
And, of course, Friday's edition of Football 4 sponsored by EMT Solar and Roofing. See if your home qualifies for a free roof with solar installation. No commitments, no hidden fees. Go to ESPNSolar.com to see if you qualify. Great stuff from Adam Caplan today. I love that we were able to touch on the Devin Allen thing because we talked a little bit about with Andrew DeCecco yesterday. I'll touch on it again today. This is a guy who is raw as a football player, but he has tremendous physical tools. And as Adam mentioned, you got to think that this team is maybe looking at him and saying, is he maybe the kick punt returner for this team? Is he a guy that maybe we can have a package for on Sunday where he just sprints downfield as fast as possible to stretch the field? Is he a guy that they can maybe develop? Because that's what the practice squad is for. I love that Adam brought that up. Davion Taylor, Devin Allen. The practice squad is there to develop the guys who need the development. And I still think that Devin Allen has value. As I told Andrew DeCecco yesterday on Thursday's Football at 4 here on 97.3 ESPN, I said it yesterday. I think Allen playing the gunner on special teams was his first opportunity to show the Eagles, I'm more than a track guy. Give me opportunities. Look, I'm not saying this guy is Vince Papale, but you know what? There might be something to the Devin Allen story when it's all said and done that he may eventually have a bigger role with this team. I think that's what they're hoping for as well. You heard Adam say Britton Covey is probably going to get the first crack at the kick and punt return duties, but who knows? Maybe by the time we get to October, November, maybe it is Devin Allen out there doing that job. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill here on a Friday edition of the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. You guys know how much I love college football. Well, coming up next, 1992 Heisman Trophy winner Gino Torretta joins me. Talking about the weekend in college football. Of course, he works with the Touchdown Radio Network, which you can hear the game of the week for Touchdown Radio each week here on 97.3 ESPN. Yes, the Heisman Trophy winner Gino Torretta next.
You haven't downloaded the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app? Well, go get it now to follow all the Philly sports teams at 97.3ESPN.com. Powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City.
It's a crime to pay more than a dime.
Every vehicle, one dime down.
At the all-new Springfield Mitsubishi, Atlantic City. SpringfieldMitsu.com.
What's better than the long weekend? Kohl's budget-boosting deals on denim. I got myself jeans for $19.99. 40% off Levi's for my son. Even my husband found a pair for 30% off. Plus, because I spent over $25, I got $10 off and earned Kohl's Cash. Bonus, pay no taxes in New Jersey stores. More style, more savings. Kohl's. Select styles. Offers in September 5th. Levi's coupons do not apply. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. you might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
97.3 ESPN and TrackPhone Wireless want to share ideas with you for enjoying the great outdoors in South Jersey. Here are some popular outdoor ideas this spring. How about taking a walk on the Ocean City, Atlantic City, or Wildwood boardwalks? Or check out the perfect place to watch a sunset. How about the Point in Longport or the Cove in Brigantine? Brought to you by TrackPhone Wireless. Now you're in control.
Meet Bob Manetti. In 2016, he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. Bob participated in a clinical trial that included cutting-edge radiation therapy and surgery. He's been in remission since completion. I'm Keisha Sharp. Since losing my mother to pancreatic cancer, I've been working to share the kind of state-of-the-art work being done by Stand Up to Cancer and Lustgarten Foundation. To learn more about the latest research, including clinical trials, visit pancreaticcancercollective.org.
Long weekends are all about getting a little you time. And at the Home Depot, you time means you building, you drilling, you doing, you recharging, you saving, and you going back for more. Do Labor Day your way and get a free 18-volt battery with select Milwaukee Power Toolkit purchases at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Do you struggle with occasional nerve aches in your hands or feet? Try Nervive Nerve Relief from the world's #1 nerve care company. Nervive tablets contain alpha-lipoic acid to relieve nerve aches, weakness, and discomfort, plus B-complex vitamins to support healthy nerve function as you age. Live life with less nerve discomfort with Nervive Nerve Relief. Learn more at nervivehealth.com. And try Nervive Pain Relieving Cream to block nerve pain signals at the source. Use as directed.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
At Church's, we put it all on the table for less. Get 10-piece legs and thighs, 2 large size, 5 honey butter biscuits, and 5 jalapeno peppers starting at just $20. Church's Texas Chicken. Welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
Powered by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
With South Jersey information you need to know, I'm Vin Avenue. Advocates are calling Lakewood Township's decision to cut down the trees in its own town square to deter the homeless extreme. A year after Tropical Storm Ida wreaked havoc across New Jersey, the state is still in the process of finalizing plans for how to spend $228 million in disaster recovery grants, and the DEA is warning New Jersey residents about new batches of rainbow fentanyl pills now being distributed across the Garden State. Get more South Jersey information right now on our app. Your forecast is next.
You finally got that new car, so you called your insurance company.
Your call is important to us. Please hold.
We are the tippy top, we're top insurance. You ended that call with their jingle stuck in your head. Then you called NJM.
Thanks for calling NJM Insurance. This is Claudia. Let's see if we can save you up to 25% on your auto insurance.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chris Coleman for Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. As we head into the unofficial end of summer, most of the upcoming holiday weekend will be okay weather-wise. Just a few clouds again tonight with a comfortable low of 62, partly sunny tomorrow up to 86. More clouds than sun on Sunday, and the humidity will begin to increase with a high near 90. And Labor Day Monday, there's a decent chance of showers and thunderstorms. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
We know the best sweet corn in the country is Jersey Fresh. Ag Secretary Doug Fisher here, letting you know our sweet corn on the cob is in season and at your favorite market. Steamed or grilled, take some home today. Ask for Jersey Fresh.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig here on 97.3 ESPN, and each week we're going to have a great segment for you each week. Gino Torretta, Heisman Trophy winner, University of Miami. He is a part of the Touchdown Radio Network, which you can hear their games every week here on 97.3 ESPN. Monday night, it's Clemson, Georgia Tech. But before we get there, we got a whole slate of college football. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. You're going to be stuffed with college football by the time Tuesday comes around. And Gino joins us right now on the phone line. Gino, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. No more talk of conference realignment or NIL or any of that other nonsense. We can actually watch some football and talk about some actual football games after this weekend, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Let me first ask you this. You know, when you have those week 0 games, because this is one of the things that I kind of like chewing around in my mind. So I want to ask you, as someone who played college football, you know, do you take anything away from those week 0 games? Or is a lot of that stuff that we saw last weekend just kind of almost like a little isolated unto itself?
Well, I think it does for younger players that don't have the experience of live bullets flying on Saturdays for 60 minutes. I think it gets the jitters out of those guys, and then it will help build their confidence. I think with the veterans where, you know, we got returning starters, it's more of, hey, let's take care of business and go out there and make sure we're polished up. But they are good trial run for a team if they got a big game the next week against a better opponent. It definitely helps because there's, every year, at the start of the season or even bowl season after a layoff, we'll always see 10 guys run out on a special teams, or we see a special teams blunder, a fumble or block kick, things like that. Those are things that happen in the early games, week 0 to probably week 2. And you just hope your team isn't the one making those mistakes.
Now, when you played at Miami, obviously you guys don't have a preseason for college football. There's such a thing in the NFL. What is the biggest difference for you seeing what happens in college football versus the NFL? I mean, now they're down to 3 preseason games. It used to be 6. But, in college football, you just got a couple scrimmages, and that's really it. It's like, okay, you guys run out there.
Well, and yeah, that's why the regular season is the best in sports, is because every single game means so much. You can't slip up. I think that everybody likes to have, I guess, a lesser opponent in week 1, or some people like that first game where you kind of get those mistakes and get the jitters out of you for your younger players. But I think that the best teams in college football and really any team sport, they're not really worried about what the other team does. They're going out there and saying, hey, if we focus, if I play my game, if I play my best, and we just execute, we should, at the end of 60 minutes, come out of here with a victory. And I think that's what, experience does for you, where it's not what the other team does, it's what you do as a player, as a coach, as a staff, and just having the confidence that you have that ability, amongst you and all your teammates to go out and win. But a little different than the NFL preseason. God, I think I think we had 5 or 6 games. Yeah, it was crazy.
Totally different world with football, it seems like now. So, Gino, before we get to your game, Clemson, Georgia Tech, Touchdown Radio Monday night here on 97.3 ESPN FM. Couple of big games on Saturday. Let's start with the nightcap. Notre Dame, Ohio State, number 5 versus number 2. I know Marcus Freeman believes that 17.5-point spread shouldn't be there, but how good is Ohio State, and is there really that much of a talent gap between those two?
I would say yes. Maybe some positions I think on par, but Ohio State is as good as they get. They're on par with the Clemsons and the Alabamas of the world every single year, and I think that you got a quarterback in C.J. Stroud who was a finalist for the Heisman last year. I actually thought he was going to win the Heisman because we broadcasted the Michigan State at Ohio State game late in the season, might have been early November. And I think he scored 5 touchdowns in the first quarter. All I know, the game was over in about 8 minutes. And it was crazy. I was like, wow, we had 52 minutes left and the game was already decided. That's how good he played. And, but then Bryce Young came out and obviously won it at the end of the season. But I think that Ohio State at home in the shoe, it's one of the best stadiums, home field advantage. That yes, I think there's going to be a significant talent advantage, and I think Ohio State and their staff knows the special how special it is to have an opportunity to win a national championship, and this is going to be a huge start for them.
Yeah, C.J. Stroud obviously is on a lot of people's radar for the Heisman Trophy. Gino, at University of Miami, you got the chance to win the Heisman Trophy. What do you think it's going to take for Stroud this year to win it? Because as you said, he was a guy who was talked about last year. Bryce Young won it last year. So what do you think it will take C.J. Stroud to win it this year?
I think to play as well as he did last year, maybe a little better. A lot of victories. Listen, the quarterback gets credit when his team wins, and I think that you are only as good as the 10 players around you on offense. And I think that he's got some talent around him offensively, and they got to win. And I think that they got to beat Michigan at the end of the year. That was the first slip up they had in a number of years, and I think that. You never know how some people vote, how that game went, how the Iron Bowl and then the SEC championship for Bryce Young might have been a different Heisman Trophy winner. But I think that as a QB, you got to win them all and you got to have a good season.
Gino Torretta joining us here on 97.3 ESPN at Gino Torretta on Twitter. Touchdown Radio Network game will be this Monday night in primetime. Clemson versus Georgia Tech. Gino, also on Saturday, I'm fascinated by Oregon at Georgia. Georgia, their defensive coordinator, Dan Lanning, he goes to Oregon. Georgia, they graduated a lot of guys from last year. And I'm not saying anything negative about Georgia because they feel like they're Kirby Smart. He's just loading talent after talent down there. But I just have to wonder, is there anything that maybe, Lanning can do against his former team to make this a close game?
Well, I would say this. I think Mario Cristobal, who's now our coach down here at Miami, did not leave the cupboard of talent empty at Oregon. So, Lanning's got some talent there. And like you said, Georgia lost a ton of players. And the reason Nick Saban is the best that's ever done this is he has been the only head coach that has been able to reload players year after year after year without a drop-off. And I think that Georgia has not done that yet. This is the first big turnover of talented players that Kirby Smart's got to deal with. And until I see it, I still doubt that they can, repeat and be as dominant as they were a season ago. And I would just say their defense is as good as, or was as good as, Miami in the 01-02, or I don't even know what they had, 18 first rounders, it seemed like, in 2 years. And we never recovered after that. We never reloaded as a team after that. And I think that it's going to be a tall task for Georgia. They do have some players, but man, they lost a lot of good ones, especially on defense.
You just mentioned reload. That leads me to the next game I want to ask you about. Cincinnati at Arkansas. I mean, listen, I'll admit my bias. I'm a fan of Sam Pittman. I love what Arkansas is doing down there. And I just look at Cincinnati. They graduated a lot of guys off that team last year. And I'm looking at Cincinnati. They got them in those preseason poll ranked 23. Gino, I ask you, could this be a mismatch on the field? Because Arkansas has got a lot of talented athletes down there.
They do. They're good on the inside, but I think let's remember going back a season ago. I think they were top 10. They were 8th in the country in the middle of the year. They were undefeated, and then just got walloped by Georgia on the road, and kind of that exposed him to, the lack of weapons and all the talent all the way around the board. So I think that people might be buying Arkansas a little bit much. The thing with Cincinnati is this is their chance. Obviously, you're going on the road against the SEC West team. This is their chance as a Group of 5 team to put their name back in the mix, and hopefully they're there at the end. But Ritter was a heck of a quarterback, and they lost him. They lost a lot of players, but man, Luke Fickell, I mean, outside the Power 5, I don't think you could argue that he's not the best head coach that's in college football right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if Cincinnati goes on the road and beats them.
You mentioned about Mario Cristobal going to Miami. I want to ask you about them really quick, Gino, because the U is your school. That's where you got the Heisman Trophy at. That was your school. What do you think Mario can do? What can Coach Cristobal do at Miami that the other coaches before him have not been able to do?
Well, I think he's already shown in one recruiting cycle, or maybe 1.5, I guess, as the players that we're actually competing for and winning some recruiting battles. I'm not one in the star rating. I'm more of who is the other kid considering that we signed as a university. If we're beating out Georgias and Alabamas and Texas and Clemson's of the world, then I know that the talent level of that player, whether he's 1 star or 5 stars or 12 stars. And I think Mario has gone toe-to-toe with some of those SEC schools and some of those top 5 schools, Ohio States of the world, and he's beaten them in recruiting already. And that's without producing, many victories, obviously on the field. He hasn't laced them up here. So I think that, he's shown he can recruit. And, now it's a matter of, I think they might be a little bit overhyped based on the recruiting class. And a lot of the players that are committing now aren't going to be coming in until January, till after the season. So I think that the cover's a little bit bare down here in Miami. I think we got at least a season here to get some more talent in here to be able to turn this thing around and get back up in that top 10 area.
Gino Torretta joining us, a part of the Touchdown Radio Network. Game of the week, Clemson versus Georgia Tech. Gino, something that you have in common with Clemson quarterback DJ Uiagalelei is you both are from California, and you both left California to come all the way to the East Coast to go to college. So, talk from a little experience. How does a California guy get convinced to go to the East Coast?
Well, DJ might have a little different story than me, but when I'm from Northern California, about 10 miles east of San Francisco, and I wanted to go to Stanford because I knew how valuable their degree was. Stanford said I wasn't good enough as a quarterback and did not recruit me. My next choice was probably, UCLA, probably for the sun and fun. My aunt and uncle and cousin lived down in Los Angeles, but I came out of high school the same year as Todd Marinovich, who went to USC, and Brett Johnson, who was Rob Johnson's older brother, went to UCLA. So neither one of those schools even recruited me. I got recruited to Washington and Washington State. It was snowing on my visit to Washington State, where Dennis Erickson, who eventually became my head coach in Miami, was the head coach there, and he really wanted me to go there. But I was a California boy. We didn't play it in rain, let alone snow. I didn't know how I'd adjust to that. So, and Jimmy Johnson had recruited me because my brother had backed up Vinny Testaverde 85 and 86, and so when he offered me a scholarship, I took my visit, during the ticker tape parade of the 87 national championship. And I was 6'1", about 165 pounds dripping wet. And I was like, man, I just want to have a chance to be on a team and be a part of winning the national championship. And fortunately won a couple of those and personally the Accolades, and got a chance to play and played well. So I think that my story is a little different. I wasn't exactly the 5-star guy that could have picked my poison, and but DJ, I'm sure, went to Clemson because they're playing for titles every year.
I mean, Clemson, they got a lot to live up to, though, this year, Gino. I mean, last year was a real down year for them. The offensive line didn't play well last year, which led to DJ not playing well last year. I know a lot of people have a lot of focus on this Clemson team. What is something that you are going to look for from Clemson Monday night to show you whether, quote unquote, Clemson is back this year?
Well, I think it's all of the quarterback. I think defensively they're great. If I asked you who has the better offense, Georgia Tech or Clemson, off of last season's stats, you'd probably instantly say Clemson, right? Well, Clemson was ranked behind Georgia Tech in total yards of offense. It was 95th in the country. So that's where I look at it and go, wow, did you realize that Clemson was second to last in offense in the ACC last year, but they still, ended up, 11-3 and had a very good season. So that's where I look at it. It's got to come down to DJ because he's got, he had 9 touchdowns, 10 picks. That isn't good enough. You got to be a lot better than that. And you look at how Clemson has won 2 championships, played for 4. You had Watson and you had Trevor Lawrence. I mean, you got a bunch of years of great quarterback play right there in college. And, DJ, they thought he was going to be the next in that line and hasn't lived up to the hype. So I think it's big that he gets out and starts out and plays well. Else I wouldn't be surprised if the coaches look to a young true freshman Klubnik that's backing him up. That's supposed to be a stud.
That's the last thing I want to ask you, Gino, before I let you go. You mentioned the coaches. Dabo Swinney, over an 8-day period, lost both Tony Elliott and Brent Venables as his coordinators. So, how difficult do you think it's going to be for Dabo to turn that page with 2 guys who, Venables was a huge part of Clemson's success over the last few years. And I've read a lot of stories that Tony Elliott is a really good recruiter.
Well, there's no question. I think that, when you have success for that long, your coaching staff gets poached. And, Venables, he interviewed for a bunch of head coaching jobs and turned down overtures from big schools because he wanted us to stay at Clemson. The thing is, I think now, though, with Clemson, Goodwin's going to be their DC this year. They're loaded with talent. Their front 7 might be the best in the country. D-line can get after it. So it makes it a lot easier to call defenses when you have the personnel. And then offensively, I think they do have the talent. I think really it's going to come down to the quarterback play. They need better quarterback play, and that'll put them back up and why they garnered a top 5 preseason rating this year.
Give him a follow on Twitter, Gino Torretta, at Gino Torretta on Twitter. Touchdown Radio Network Game of the Week this Monday night on 97.3 ESPN FM. Clemson at Georgia Tech. And Gino will be joining us each week on game night on 97.3 ESPN. It's all college football on Thursdays. Gino, appreciate you making the time.
Anytime, my man. Look forward to it next week.
And obviously, full disclosure, we recorded that interview before the breaking news came out earlier today that the College Football Playoff Committee has approved expansion to 12 teams. So I don't know how soon they're going to make that change, but I can tell you right now that college football, what we see right now in 2022 is going to be very different in just several years, with all the conference realignments, with NIL out of control, with now expanding the college football playoff. And I can't wait to talk more about this with Gino Torretta throughout the season here on 97.3 ESPN FM. All right, coming up on the other side, I am going to announce the winners of the tickets to go see Stained at Ocean Resort Casino in Atlantic City, September 10th. People have been signing up all week, all day today at 97.3ESPN.com and 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We will announce the winners on the other side. And then coming up at the 5 o'clock hour, it's full-on football talk. Casey Joyner, the football scientist, at 5 o'clock. And then CBS Sports NFL writer Jeff Kerr. All still to come here on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, powered by First Bank of Seattle. Take it, 97.3 ESPN, wherever you go. You listen to college football all weekend long. The Sports Bash with Mike Gill, Game Night with Josh Hennig, and the Locker Room with Billy Schweim, all on the 97.3 ESPN mobile app.
The excitement of a big play.
Big moment. You got it.
And all the drama of sports.
That's a home run.
All in one place. 97.3 ESPN.
Here we go. What's the safest bet in town? Another World Series run? Maybe a Super Bowl trophy. Or knowing that at Matt Blatt Kia, you can drive a new Kia with 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days. And Matt Blatt Kia's 4-day love it or leave it return policy on every new 2023 new Kia in stock. Don't see your new Matt Blatt Kia on the lot? Doesn't mean you can't be driving it home tomorrow. Worried about your credit? Forget it. We finance your future, not your past. Why settle for a used vehicle when you could be driving a brand new Kia? Because if you have a job clearing $400 per week, we want to approve you today. All Kias come with a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited warranty. And we want your trade. We'll even buy it for cash.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
On approved credit plus applicable taxes and fees. See dealer for details. Not all will qualify. Deferred payment through TFCU. Interest accrues from date of sale. Offers don't combine. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. And now on Route 37 in Toms River.
I got Park Hill and West Valley covered on Tuesday.
At Marita's Pool Service, the current staffing plan doesn't hold water.
3 more neighborhood pools on the same day.
She needs more pool technicians to dive into work head first.
That's awesome, but now we're shorthanded.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, thanks for coming over, Jake from State Farm. Couldn't say no, Pablo. I love me some vinyl. Well, my budget doesn't. Calling time on my vinyl collecting.
Whoa! Don't give up what you love. State Farm has options like insuring your home and ride with great rates on both.
Ooh, that's music to my ears.
All right, spin that vinyl. For surprisingly great rates, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
What's better than the long weekend? Kohl's budget boosting deals on denim. I got myself jeans for $19.99, 40% off Levi's for my son. Even my husband found a pair for 30% off. Plus, because I spent over $25, I got $10 off and earned Kohl's Cash. Bonus, pay no taxes in New Jersey stores. More style, more savings. Kohl's. Select styles offers in September 5th. Levi's coupons do not apply. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. An oil change with quality oil like Castrol Edge Full Synthetic can help your engine get more out of every tank. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for only $37.99. Get what you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Explore Banana Republic Factory now and enjoy 50% off everything from heritage classics to new arrivals for the season. Discover essential styles from $24.99. Find your nearest store or shop online only at Banana Republic Factory.
Look, folks, I gotta be honest with you. Everything's up. Food prices, gas prices, pencil prices. I love pencils.
Everything is not up. You're forgetting about Springfield Mitsubishi in Atlantic City.
You mean they're not jacking up prices, Jack, like everywhere else?
Correct. And every vehicle is still $1 down.
$1 dime? You gotta be kidding me. That reminds me when I was a kid, my dad said, Joey, here's a dime. Go buy a house. But what about credit for millions of Americans?
Go to Springfield Mitsubishi, Atlantic City. If you bring home $350 a week, you can get up to $25,000 in credit.
25 grand with only $1 dime down.
Get new Outlanders with 3rd row seating in stock now.
Look, here's a deal. Just get down to Springfield, man.
Springfield Mitsubishi, Atlantic City.
In Pleasantville, they service all makes and models. Springfield MitsubishiAC.com.
Springfield Mitsubishi AC.com.
My first annual salary was $10. That's the real deal.
New 22 Mirage 18.4 dive down, $269 a month for 72 months at 3% APR plus tax title to qualified buyers.
Now, back to more Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
Get you the winners of the Stain tickets in just a moment. Want to remind you this hour of the Sports Bash is being brought to you by the Gallery Bar, Book and Games in Ocean Casino Resort this football season. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Go to the Gallery in Ocean Casino Resort to go for the win. For more information, visit oceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to play. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Speaking of Ocean Casino Resort, Stain is in concert September 10th, and we've been taking qualifiers all week long here on 97.3 ESPN over at 97.3ESPN.com and through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. So put the names through a randomizer. You know, you run about 30 simulations, see what names spit out, and here's what we ended up with. Because we don't draw names out of a hat anymore. It's, you know, this is virtual now. So you get a randomizer. It's all fancy and stuff. So here's the winners we got 5 winners. Each of you is winning a pair of tickets to go see Stain in concert next weekend. Chad Nicholson, Ashley McNulty, Michael Green, Anthony Irvin, and Chris Kina. You are the winners. Yes, Chad Nicholson, Ashley McNulty, Michael Green, Anthony Irvin, and Chris Kina. I'll be reaching out to you guys via email. Let you guys know that you can pick up the tickets over at Will Call. But you are the winners of a pair of tickets. Each of you, all 5 of you, are going to see Stain in concert next weekend, September 10th, Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. So congratulations and thanks for qualifying via 973ESPN.com and the 973 ESPN mobile app. Before we move on to the next hour, Tom from Margate, I want to get to your text because you texted in earlier. He says, hey, Josh, I agree with you. Last night was a great night for college football, but I grew up loving baseball, so I'll be tuning into our Phillies this weekend. I can multitask, watch the Eagles and Eagles, Sixers, Phillies at the same time. P.S. Happy TGIF. Tom from Margate, salute to you. Thanks for texting in. Have a cold one for me. I still got a lot of work ahead of me still to do. Appreciate everyone who's been chiming in throughout the show. I'll give you some thoughts on college football a little bit later in the 5 o'clock hour. But coming up on the other side, the football scientist is back for another NFL season. Casey Jordan will join us to talk about the Eagles, fantasy football, and one thought on every NFL team during the season. Casey joins Mike Gill for one thought on every game. Well, today, he's going to join us for one thought on every team. Coming up next here on 97.3 ESPN FM and 97.3 ESPN mobile app. It's free thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle.
Saturday morning in the locker room with Billy Schwein, 3-time All-Big Ten linebacker Brad Quast joins me in the studio. The Eagles' 53-man roster is set. We'll talk Birds football. The sportsbook consigliere Dave Sherapan checks in from Las Vegas with his locks for this Saturday in college football. Then we will hear from the Hall of Fame coach and winner of 3 Big Ten championships with the Wisconsin Badgers, Barry Alvarez, will join us. Phillies talk and more. It's the locker room with Billy Schwein, Saturday morning from 10 a.m. to noon on 97.3 ESPN.
Is sports betting about to become way more fun? You bet. Because the BetParx app has a brand new sports book. Live bets and parlays? You bet. Instant deposits and incredible app experience? You bet. Plus, your first bet is risk-free up to $750. So, are you already a winner just for signing up on the BetParx Sportsbook app? You bet. BetParx. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. Pennsylvania and New Jersey only. Could your favorite casino app be even better and faster than before? You bet, because the all-new BetParks app has been built around what you really want. Easier sign-up, better gameplay, and faster withdrawals, and all the slots and table games you love. Plus, make your first deposit and get a 100% match up to $750 and an additional 500 free spins. So, are all of your favorite games just a tap away? You bet. BetParks. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. Pennsylvania and New Jersey only.
Long weekends are all about getting a little you time. And at the Home Depot, you time starts with you saving. Saving space with an HDX 27-gallon Tough Tote for only $13.98. Saving time with a free and fast-charging 18-volt battery when you buy select Milwaukee Power Toolkits. And saving you a trip with free delivery on over 1 million items. Do Labor Day your way with savings right now at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
97.3 ESPN and TrackPhone Wireless want to share ideas with you for enjoying the great outdoors in South Jersey. Here are some popular outdoor ideas this spring. How about taking a walk on the Ocean City, Atlantic City, or Wildwood boardwalks? Or check out the perfect place to watch a sunset. How about the Point in Longport or the Cove in Brigantine? Brought to you by TrackPhone Wireless. Now you're in control.
The opioids I was prescribed made me feel worse.
I was pregnant, addicted, and scared.
I thought painkillers would get me back on the field faster. I was wrong.
Then I heard about 844-REACH-NJ.
I got into treatment and delivered a healthy baby girl.
844-REACH-NJ was the call I needed to make.
I'm glad I made the call.
I made the call.
Hello, REACH-NJ. If you or someone you love is struggling with addiction, call 844-REACH-NJ from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you. Tired of companies like Google and Facebook watching everything you do online? There's actually a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with the push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
O'Reilly Auto Parts is here to keep your car on the road with our free loaner tool program. Your local store has more than 80 specialty tools available to rent for your next repair. Refundable deposit required. Ask our professional parts people about the loaner tool program today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hear ye, hear ye. Thanks for coming to the town square. First, I'd like to tell you about Steve. He's a plumber. I hear he does good work. Also, Tim. He's this new thing called a dentist. Oh, and Monica, she has a new vegan restaurant. I didn't even know that was a thing yet. Anyway, if you need those things, just wander around town and try to find them because the internet hasn't been invented yet, so I don't know.
This isn't the olden days. Now, word of mouth has gone online. At Town Square, South Jersey, we can show you how to harness the power of your existing word of mouth and amplify it online. Go to townsquarelocal.com for a free local customer analysis, where you can see how many local customers in South Jersey you could reach online. Visit townsquarelocal.com and be the Town Square today. That's townsquarelocal.com.
South Jersey's play-by-play home for the Eagles,
Touchdown!
Sixers, and Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Welcome to the 5 o'clock hour, driving you home or maybe driving you to the beach. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle. A lot of football to get to this hour here on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, 5 o'clock hour being brought to you by Ocean Casino Resort. Get your game on at the Gallery, bar, booking games in Ocean Casino Resort this football season. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Go to the Gallery and Ocean Casino Resort to go for the win. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to play. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. We'll be checking in shortly with Casey Joyner, the football scientist, now writes for The Athletic. Of course, he has a lot of things going on with fantasy football in the NFL. He joins Mike Gill throughout the year, each NFL week. Just making sure things are set up with Casey to join us here momentarily on 97.3 ESPN. Very busy day today. A lot of moving parts on the show today. Couple things I want to catch everyone up on if you missed anything earlier in the show. Obviously, very early in the show, you saw that if you're got app alerts and everything, that college football is expanding to 12 teams. We don't know exactly the timetable for that yet, but we know they're going to do it. Also, when you look around, Adam Caplan said something very interesting about the Eagles earlier in the last hour. I want to circle back to. Adam brought up the point that, when the Eagles traded Rager and when they signed Trey Sermon, this is a team who is trying to add depth to make sure that when they're developing guys, when they're adding depth, it's not compromising the rest of the team. And, I think that there is something very, very important to be said about, how the Eagles structured this roster. Because when you look at, for example, Devin Allen and Davion Taylor both being on the practice squad, these are two guys who don't have a lot of football playing experience. People forget Davion Taylor played almost no high school football. The majority of his high school football experience was not in high school, it was in college. And then for Devin Allen, he took years off from football to pursue track and field. So you're talking about two guys on the Eagles roster that are in many ways, guys who the Eagles have there for potential, not as much for what they might be able to do week one for them. Now, I'm not saying that Devin Allen or Davion Taylor are going to come in here of major impacts for them, but think about what this team has done. I mentioned this a little bit yesterday. I'll bring it up again today. They have guys on the practice squad who they gave a lot of run to in the preseason to see what they can and can't do. And Adam Caplan said it in the last hour that he would not be surprised if at some point later this season, the Eagles maybe give Devin Allen a shot at the kick and punt return opportunities, and then maybe have a package in there for him, just, straight downfield, go for the big play kind of thing. So, you have a situation where, hey, when you look at the Eagles roster, we've said it before. It was the first 53, not the real 53 when you play Sunday versus the Lions, week one of the season. Of course, you can hear all the action. Merrill Reese, Mike Quick on the call here on 97.3 ESPN. Also want to remind everybody that Phillies this weekend, the game tonight is Apple TV Plus. So you will not be able to see it on NBC Sports Philadelphia. So I know for some of you out there, the idea of watching a Phillies game on a streaming platform at 10 o'clock at night might not be your idea of a good time. So, all right, let's get into the football right now. Casey Joyner joining us, back for another football season. He'll be on every week with Mike Gill throughout the season here on 97.3 ESPN. He joins us today to look at the Eagles and one thought, not on every game, Casey, but on every team. Welcome back, my friend. How you doing?
Hey, great. Apologies a little bit late there. I have a bit of a brain freeze on this end. So
It's all good. So let's get the Eagles stuff in here.
Sure.
A lot of people are saying that this is a roster they addressed every need from last year. Well, Casey, if they addressed every need from last year, what does that really mean for this team? Because I'm not going to sit here and act like they're going to go 17-0, right? So this team obviously has strengths and weaknesses. What are they?
I think the biggest issue right now for the Eagles, obviously, it's great to improve the passing game. Now you've got two top-notch receivers, and you've got a top-notch receiving tight end. I think Nick Sirianni, the biggest problem he's going to have early on is, where do I want this team to be? Because remember last year, he tried to go pass-heavy early on, and it didn't work, and they have that Dallas debacle where they never ran the ball at all, even though they're one of the best running teams in the league. And they said, okay, now we're going the other direction. And later on, they've got Jalen Hurts running 15 times a game sometimes. I think they need to find that balance in there, but Sirianni needs to figure out what that is, and you can't afford to have kind of last year where, hey, we take 5 or 6 games to figure out who we are. I think that they really need to find out early on, this is what our formula is, and get to it. Because if they try to do like they did last year and go to extremes at different times of the year, that's not going to be a good thing. And the thing is, they've got the team that could go in either direction. So it's going to be a quandary for him.
Casey, depending on who you ask, there's a lot of different opinions out there about the quarterback. Obviously, this is the first time he's going to have the same offense consecutive years since high school. So some people like myself point to that. Other people point to the fact that, hey, this guy is not a traditional passing quarterback. Can you really win with this guy? So, Casey, what is your perspective on Jalen Hurts, who, if we're being honest, this is a, put up or shut up kind of year for him?
If I'm the Eagles and I'm looking at Hurts, the idea right now is, okay, last year we tried to make him pass early, and we didn't have a receiving core. You look at the receiving core last year, and there aren't many quarterbacks who could do that well with that kind of receiving core. Imagine what's going to happen I'd see what Aaron Rodgers does this year with his receiving core in Green Bay. He's not going to be what he was without Devontae Adams. It makes a difference. So, and now you're looking at Hurts and saying, we've got you, assuming everybody stays healthy, you've got 3 really good receivers, plus receivers out of the backfield, and you've got some other guys who can fit in well as, you say, 3 and 4 on a wide receiver roster. So you're good there. We're giving him the makings of a solid passing game. Now we need to see what his ceiling is. He doesn't have to be a great passer, but if you're the Eagles, what you don't want to have happen is have him turn out to be like Lamar Jackson. And this is no knock on Jackson, but the Ravens found out, okay, we get to the playoffs, and then teams throw curveballs at him. He can't throw the ball against these kind of defenses. The Dolphins last year blitzed the heck out of him, and they found things he could not do. Right now, we need to find out if we're the Eagles, if they're looking at the situation, they need to find out what Jalen Hurts can and can't do, and then keep doing the things you can do and address the things you can't do. Because right now, I don't think we know where he truly is as a passer, because last year is just not a fair way to measure the guy given what he had around him.
When you think about this Eagles team, one of the other issues last year was the defense. They just didn't have the personnel to run Gannon's scheme, right? Well, Howie Roseman basically went out and said, I went shopping for you. You say you can make a 5-course dinner. I got you Jordan Davis. I got you Hassan Reddick. I got you Nakobe Dean. I got you Kazir White. I got you James Bradbury. I traded for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I'm giving you everything. Casey, I got to say, to me, should be a lot of pressure on Jonathan Gannon because they literally gave him everything.
I like the Gardner-Johnson pickup too a lot. He could do a lot of different things in the secondary. I mean, he's the kind of, you got to create a defensive coordinator like Gannon. He should be able to take a weapon like that and get a lot of usage out of him, because the Saints sure did. So I think that's a great pickup. The thing about Gannon, though, again, he's got the same kind of situation, because last year, like I'll give an example for something we call, it's complementary football. The Chargers play have a complementary setup, meaning the Chargers understand right now that they've got Justin Herbert and he's a great quarterback, and they know we're going to funnel our offense through him, kind of like the Colts used to do Peyton Manning. We're going to have our team is going to be built a certain way. We know we're going to funnel it through Peyton, so we need to have a defense that can win with the situations that Peyton's going to give us. Play with the lead. You're going to be doing a lot of pass rushing, do a lot of those things. They had a smaller, faster defense because they knew that's what they were going to be. If you're the Eagles right now, though, if you're Gannon, you want to play your system, but also where are you complementary wise? Because when the offense is running a ball as well as it does, you can play a certain type of style because other teams are going to match you stylistically. If you're passing the ball a lot, then you've got to play a different type of defense to keep up with that. So he also has an adjustment. And I think that's another thing we're going to find a lot about Nick Sirianni is, okay, how do you want these things to complement each other? Because if your offense is playing a particular type of football and your defense isn't playing complementary football to that, they'll work against each other and you won't get as far as your talent can go. So you need Nick Sirianni to be saying, this is what we're going to be on offense, and then you need to be this on defense to be a good complement to that. And I think, again, that's going to be an early season adjustment. It'll be interesting to see where he goes because he's got a lot of ways he can go given the talent.
Now, Casey, you're the football scientist, but you also do a lot of fantasy football coverage with the Athletic. So I want to ask you, I know a lot of people who have already been drafting Eagles on their fantasy football teams. And I'm shaking my head a little bit because, look, I'm not, it's weird because on one hand, I get accused that I love the Eagles too much because I'm too complimentary. On the other hand, I'm being told what's wrong with me because I'm being negative. I'm just trying to be realistic. If A.J. Brown is going to have great stats this year, Jalen Hurts could throw for 4,000 passing yards. It doesn't guarantee that Brown's going to have 1,000 of them. Dallas Goedert might get almost 2,000 passing yards. So
Yeah.
how do you delineate, hey, this is a better team than last year versus what they are realistically in fantasy football?
From a fantasy football perspective, it's interesting that for the last couple of seasons, it's been kind of, okay, I'm going to have to make a reach to get an Eagles player on my roster, or this is somebody I'm not really going to be relying on. Even Hurts last year was, that's what it was. This year, if you look at it, hey, I got Hurts 6th at quarterback. I think he's going to post 300 plus points. I think he's going to get a good chance of hitting 350. Depends on if they switch a lot of runs to passes. That usually isn't a good formula for quarterbacks in fantasy. So, because you end up just every play that you switch just gives you a little less value. So that's the big thing for him. But I like him as a QB1. I don't have a big problem with Miles Sanders as a flex pick. He's borderline RB2. I don't have a problem with that. I think AJ Brown, you're right. I don't know where exactly he's going to be. I think his upside, I do in my draft guide, I do overall upside and downside ranks. I've got an upside of 4. And if all goes well, he could be the 4th best receiver in fantasy football. His overall and downside grades are like 11 and 10, meaning fine, take him as a borderline 1. If you can get him as a 2 in the 3rd round, that'd be a fantastic pickup. And Goddard's a guy who I think he's actually going to drop a little bit in value this year. I get him as a low-end TE1. But you could put together a roster of Eagles starters besides the defense and the kicker. You could put together players in all those places and find starting slots for 4 players at least, and maybe Devontae Smith is a good backup. So this is a year where you can actually draft the Eagles and feel pretty comfortable about it.
I know Mike Gill really thinks that this is going to be a breakout year for Dallas Goedert. And I don't disagree with him, but I want to know from you, Casey, are we talking about how high is high for Dallas Goedert?
The issue for him is that he's never posted more than 87 targets or 58 receptions in a season. So if you want to be, even whether you're talking NFL, whether you're talking fantasy, you've got to post more than that. And again, last year, I think the thing is that he came to the league. He wasn't considered a great run blocker. And now he's a very good run blocker for a tight end. And the Eagles are going to want to utilize that. But you can make an argument that he's the 3rd best receiver on the team. Like a pretty strong argument. He's the 3rd best receiver. You don't want that player in line blocking more than he needs to. You kind of want to get him 100 targets. You kind of want to get him more than 58 receptions. And he also placed 20th in short pass PPR points in fantasy last year. So he doesn't do a lot of dink and dunk passes. He's very good on vertical passes. He had a 10.9 yards per target last year. You're not going to do a double-digit yards per target typically in consecutive years. So I think he may get more workload, less targets, and he'll be more valuable in some ways. Because, again, he's going to be one of those players where do we use him in the run game? Do we use him in the pass game? Another decision that Nick Sirianni has to make through the year is how to utilize his skills because he can go in multiple directions. But I think using him more in the passing game is going to be a bigger plus for them.
All right, Casey, you like to do with Mike Gill one thought on every game during the season. We're going to do one thought on every team. Of course, Casey writes also for The Athletic. You can follow him on Twitter at KC TFS for all of his NFL and fantasy football coverage. I want to start with the team that I have been criticized the most about, the Cowboys. Casey, I've been saying this team didn't replace Amari Cooper. They're auditioning Jason Peters at left tackle. I am not a believer in this team. I'm not believing their coach. I'm not believing their offensive line. I like the defense, but that's it.
I'd like to see Mike McCarthy do what the Cowboys did a few years ago. Remember, I want to say it's 3 or 4 years ago now, when they had the best offensive line in the league and went run heavy, and they got in the playoffs, and they didn't make it through the playoffs. But you look at that team and go, that's a formula that works for future. And now every year since then, they seem to have been like, hey, look at how much we can throw the ball. Hey, look at all the points they put up on the scoreboard. And they're just getting away from the idea that you had a team that you could do basically anything you want because you had the best offensive line in the league. And Dan Reeves, a longtime coach who should be in the Hall of Fame, Dan Reeves said, if you've got a great offensive line, you can do anything you want on offense. It doesn't matter. If you've got a good offensive line, you're fine. You can pass, you can run, you can do both. You can, any kind of system you want to run. If you can block well, everything goes well. And the Cowboys have kind of gotten away from that. And I think this year, they need to lean more heavily on the ground game. One quick thought is that I think they need to lean more heavily. They've got that 1-2 running back crew. I think they need to lean heavily on them and a little less heavily on Prescott and make him not a counterpuncher, but a little less heavy than they do because they keep going pass heavy. I just don't think they have the offensive line. I just don't think that's a bad formula to try and win it anyway, generally speaking. And for them, I don't think it's a good formula because they're more built to be a ground team than they're an aerial team.
Staying in the NFC East, Brian Daboll is the new head coach of the Giants. The Giants feel like they've signed everybody and their cousin who's a wide receiver in the last couple of years. Kadarius Toney, Kenny Galladay. They've drafted. What is the Giants' offense this year, Casey?
They want it to be Saquon Barkley is what they really want it to be because Barkley, he comes back last year. And mind you, Barkley's a guy who I've got my good blocking metrics and good blocking yards per attempt measures are productive with back because when you give him quality run blocking, if you can get in double digits in that category, you're doing really well. And if you can get in double digits in that category and do it with a large workload volume, it means you are the rarest of rare backs. Barkley's done that before. Every report out of camp you read says he looks like he got his speed back. He looks like he's got his cutting ability back. He's back to what he was. So it's risky because he's coming off the injury and things that he had injury a couple years ago. It's risky that he still might not be quite what he was. But if I'm them, they're running the ball as much as they can through him. They've got Wan'Dale Robinson. They've got some other players in the passing game. I think that they'll be developing, and I think maybe they're going to cut bait on Kenny Galladay. But if I'm them, what I want to see is my ground game going, the offensive line changes because they got a bunch of offensive line changes too. And I just want to see that Daniel Jones is able to move a step forward. If I can see him say, okay, we're going to put some stability around you and you take a step forward. If I'm the Giants, I am happy with that. Not sure it'll happen, but if I'm them, that's what I'm looking for is get a little stability to build on because it seems every year or the past few years, they just keep making these massive changes and you never go anywhere when you do that.
Washington's got a new quarterback, Carson Wentz, but the real question is, running back, Casey. I got to figure out what's going on here. I mean, Antonio Gibson's got a ton of talent, but the fumble issue is there. I mean, Brian Robinson, good news is he's already out of the hospital. He's doing well after what happened. But I mean, what is going on with Washington with the running back? Because I feel like, okay, you finally got a decent quarterback. Like Wentz is definitely an upgrade over Taylor Heineke, but who's he going to hand the ball off to? I
got to wonder their problem is going to be because Gibson has, I think it was 6 fumbles last year, led all running backs. No running back had that many fumbles. And Washington just said at the end of the year, you could tell, look, we're done with you. We can't trust you because we think you're going to fumble. And my thing is that, okay, when we talk about like drops for receivers and things, a receiver can go through like Deontay Johnson a couple years ago, has a bad drop season. And next year he comes back and he does a lot fewer drops. So, okay, the coaches and the quarterback say, okay, we know we can send the ball his way. If you're Washington, the first time Gibson fumbles, let's say he goes 3 games without fumbling, he fumbles in the 4th game. Are you thinking, okay, he's going to go 6 fumbles and throw the talent on him? Because he's a very talented player. And I get that, that you want to reduce fumbles, but Bud Grant used to say, if you've got a good player and that player makes an occasional mistake, you can live with it. But you can't live with fumbles all the time, but you can live with it occasionally. Was last year an anomaly, or is that par for the course for him? And I think Washington's coaches are going to think it's par for the course. Even if he fumbles in week 6, they could throw in the towel. And it's going to be how they manage that situation because Robinson, again, thankfully he's coming. It looks like he's going to be able to come back at things, but still, He was even a question mark in some ways before this happened. So I just think that they need to decide what they're going to do with Gibson, because they need to find a way to not live with his fumbles, but live with fewer fumbles, and not think that last year's going to be what's going to come back. Because otherwise, if they factor him out of the offense because you just don't trust him, it's too big of a drop off for them talent wise.
One thought on every team. Let's go to the NFC North, Casey. Green Bay Packers, Aaron Rodgers, no Devontae Adams. What does that mean?
Adams was great on short passes. He's great on deep passes. He's great in the slot. He's great in the red zone. They don't just have to replace one particular area. He was their passing game. And I don't think they have the receivers around them to make up that. Having said that, they've got Dillon, they've got Jones. They can be a power running team and have him be a counterpuncher. I think they're going to do that this year. And I just wonder at what point, if they go too heavily on that, is Aaron Rodgers going to say, hey, you need to funnel this offense through me, and how they handle that's going to determine where they go.
Minnesota's got a new head coach. Everyone's talking about Kevin O'Connell and Justin Jefferson. Talk to me about Adam Thielen.
Adam Thielen is very underrated in fantasy football. I've been telling people that he's a guy you could be thinking of. He's got wide receiver 2 potential. He's being drafted a lot later than that. They're going to be pass heavy offense, and O'Connell's going to have to realize that if you go pass heavy, shootouts are a 50-50 proposition, even for the best offenses. He's going to have to figure out how to factor a running game in.
Chicago might have the worst roster in the NFL. So what do we actually look forward to in Chicago?
Fantasy managers keep just bashing me every time I say this. You need to get Montgomery on your fantasy team, because they've got the most favorable run defense schedule in the league, and their run blocking's a lot better than people think. Herbert is not a guy who can carry a heavy workload. So I think they're going to give those two a big, heavy workload total. And I think Fields will also get a lot of plays in there too. I think they're going to be an improved team, even if it doesn't show up in the record.
Detroit Lions, DeAndre Swift, is he the guy to grab in fantasy?
I have a lot of problems with Swift because he's got some durability issues, and they give a lot of the goal line carries to Williams because of that. And so I have him rated lower than other people, but I like where Detroit is overall, but they need a quarterback.
Let's head out west. The Rams. Allen Robinson is there now. Does that make the offense more potent, or is he just a plug-and-play replacement for Odell?
He's a plug-and-play replacement for Bobby Trees. Robert Woods. Robert Woods was a borderline wide receiver 1 in fantasy for years with them, and so was Allen Robinson. Allen Robinson can produce big numbers. The reports of the camp is that the coaching staff just loves him. They're going to funnel a ton of their offense through him. They're going to take some of the pressure off Cooper Kupp. I think Robinson is going to be a big difference maker for that team. They'll have a better offense this year potentially than they did last year.
San Francisco's got Trey Lance as a starting quarterback. His potential is what?
His potential, well, he did. I mentioned a good blocking arc per attempt. He was at 4.6 last year. That is an atrocious, abysmal number. 8.2 is like your 8-ish is the league average. Typically, it's a terrible number. He's got tons of upside there when they start running that zone read more effectively. They've got an offense that he can throw the ball to a lot of good receivers and things. The sky is the limit, but I think his best year is going to be another year or two. This is still going to be development of the year. They may take a step back as a team, but it's going to be good investment.
Down in the desert, Marquise Brown will be out there with no DeAndre Hopkins for the first 6 weeks, Casey. Can he reignite that connection with Kyler Murray?
He had 146 targets last year. You think Hollywood, you think he's just a vertical threat? Nope. He's a workhorse now, and he did great on short passes last year. He'll take the place of Hopkins in weeks 1 through 6. I have a feeling that if Hopkins' durability issues keep coming up, the Brown will be the one in that offense, period. And then Hopkins is going to be the counterpuncher.
How miserable will Pete Carroll be in Seattle this year?
He'll be very miserable if Walker doesn't get healthy, because Walker was a guy who's going to let him be the ground and pound team. If Penny and Walker both get hurt, that could be a very disastrous season for Seattle.
NFC South. Does Baker Mayfield mean playoffs for the Panthers?
Baker Mayfield is Christian McCaffrey going to stay healthy? If McCaffrey stays healthy, they could contend for a wild card spot. If McCaffrey's out, they won't. And McCaffrey's a big question mark. Now, by the way, his productivity on a per play basis last year, even when he was healthy, wasn't as good as what it was before. I wonder if the overall wear and tear has finally caught up to him.
How concerning is the Bucs offensive line in front of Tom Brady in Tampa?
Hugely concerning, because Brady, the one thing teams have said for years, get up the gut pressure. That's what causes him to not play well. They've got those issues. Brady is also, he doesn't want to throw the ball as much. He doesn't want to take as many hits. Doesn't want to throw deep. They're going to be an entirely different offense than they were last year. Tom Brady will not be leading the league in all those passing categories. This could be a very strong team, but this is going to be a much different offense without Bruce Arians. They're calling the plays.
Speaking of different offense, no Sean Payton in New Orleans anymore. Dennis Allen's going to lean on that defense without Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
He is, and he's got the ground game to do it. But Jameis Winston last year took care of the ball a whole lot better, but they built the game plan to let him do that. I wonder what they're going to be when he starts throwing picks. So they're going to put Andy Dalton out there. And an Andy Dalton Saints team looks a lot different than a Jameis Winston team.
And final NFC team to get to, the Atlanta Falcons. I don't even know what to ask you about this team, Casey, because I feel like this team's supposed to be rebuilding, and the only thing they're not building is the offensive line, and Arthur Smith used to be running the ball with Derrick Henry, so what gives?
I just don't know how you can head into a season with Marcus Mariota as quarterback and say, yeah, what's your upside there? And they don't look like they do. I think you're exactly right. What kind of team are they building? And we talked about complimentary football earlier. I don't think they know what they want to be, so they can't build their team around what they want to be, and they end up picking a potpourri team or whatever. So it's going to be a long season for them until they figure out what they want.
All right, Casey Joyner joins Mike Gill every week on the Sports Bash at Casey Joyner TFS on Twitter. You'll get more from Casey throughout the football season. Check out his work over on The Athletic, covering the NFL with fantasy football insights and more. Casey, I'm glad we were able to connect. We got through all the teams in the NFC. Enjoy Labor Day weekend. We'll talk soon.
Sounds great. Appreciate it.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash with 97.3 ESPN. Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports, NFL writer, next.
When you need live sports play-by-play.
Forget it. Out of here. Reese Hoskins will touch them all over that right center field wall.
And the best sports talk in South Jersey. There's only one place to go. 97.3 ESPN.
It's a crime to pay more than a dime.
Every vehicle, one dime down.
At the all-new Springfield Mitsubishi, Atlantic City. SpringfieldMitsu.com.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. An oil change with quality oil like Castrol Edge Full Synthetic can help your engine get more out of every tank. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for only $37.99. Get what you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
97.3 ESPN and TrackPhone Wireless want to share ideas with you for enjoying the great outdoors in South Jersey. Here are some popular outdoor ideas this spring. How about taking a walk on the Ocean City, Atlantic City, or Wildwood boardwalks? Or check out the perfect place to watch a sunset. How about the Point in Longport or the Cove in Brigantine? Brought to you by TrackPhone Wireless. Now you're in control.
Long weekends are all about getting a little you time. And at the Home Depot, you time means you building, you drilling, you doing, you recharging, you saving, and you going back for more. Do Labor Day your way and get a free 18-volt battery with select Milwaukee Power Toolkit purchases at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Alert! We're under construction at Sport Hyundai in Egg Harbor. It's time to make room for our new and improved facility, and you're the big winner. We're clearing out inventory with our incredible construction reduction sale. New Santa Fe's, Tucson's, and more in stock and priced to move today. With Hyundai Assurance and America's best warranty, including the 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Use our main entrance on Black Horse Pike. Construction reduction deals are once in a lifetime, and this inventory won't last. See for yourself in person or at sporthyundai.com.
If you work remote, Staples has you covered.
Stylish office decor to turn my finished basement into a complete workspace solution.
Staples has you covered.
A desk that's all business, but not too businessy.
Staples has you covered. And now at Staples, take up to 50% off select chairs and up to 75% off select desks. Plus, with 25% off Staples furniture support, we'll assemble your new furniture and guarantee it against wear and defects. Explore solutions for your remote workspace at Staples. Ends 9/3 in-store only.
Jersey Fresh tomatoes are the best. Secretary of Ag Doug Fisher here to announce that Jersey Fresh tomatoes are ripe and ready for sandwiches, burgers, salads, and sauces. Ask for local Jersey Fresh tomatoes.
Powered by the all-new BetParks New Jersey Casino and Sportsbook app. BetParks.com. This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
With South Jersey information you need to know, I'm Vin Abenu. Advocates are calling Lakewood Township's decision to cut down the trees in its own town square to deter the homeless extreme. A year after Tropical Storm Ida wreaked havoc across New Jersey, the state is still in the process of finalizing plans for how to spend $228 million in disaster recovery grants, and the DEA is warning New Jersey residents about new batches of rainbow fentanyl pills now being distributed across the Garden State. Get more South Jersey information right now on our app. Your forecast is next.
Could your favorite casino app be even better and faster than before? You bet, because the all-new BetParks app has been built around what you really want. Easier sign-up, better gameplay, and faster withdrawals, and all the slots and table games you love. Plus, make your first deposit and get a 100% match up to $750 and an additional 500 free spins. So, are all of your favorite games just a tap away? You bet. BetParks. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. Pennsylvania and New Jersey only.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chris Coleman for Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. As we head into the unofficial end of summer, most of the upcoming holiday weekend will be okay weather-wise. Just a few clouds again tonight with a comfortable low of 62, partly sunny tomorrow up to 86. More clouds than sun on Sunday, and the humidity will begin to increase with a high near 90. And Labor Day Monday, there's a decent chance of showers and thunderstorms. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
Want to hear a jingle? Yeah, neither do we. This commercial break is brought to you jingle-free by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com to see if you could save up to 25% on your auto insurance.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
This hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by BMW of Atlantic City. Closer than you think. Shop their entire new inventory and take advantage of exceptional offers online anytime at BMWAtlanticCity.com. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill. Labor Day weekend, the final weekend of summer, although, local summer is coming for those who are the uninitiated to South Jersey. For a lot of people who live down here for a while, this is the first weekend they really indulge going to the beach and stuff like that. And they spend the next couple of weekends trying to hit up the beach before, the weather cools down. I got to say, when I was driving earlier today, the traffic wasn't too crazy. So either people are waiting out for later in the afternoon and evening to travel down or whatnot. So I just ask everyone to please take your time, be courteous. I know it's a holiday weekend. I know a lot of people have off on Monday. Please be responsible how you're spending your time. We all want to enjoy the quote unquote final weekend of summer. People like me, I want to go out and enjoy, whether it's the Phillies game, if I'm out watching a game or watching college football, let's all just have a good time and try not to, go too crazy this weekend. Just because it's the last weekend doesn't mean it's the last hurrah of all time. I've seen that a couple times over the years. People go a little too hard on Labor Day weekend and, problems happen. So I don't want to see that happen to anybody. I hope everyone is safe out there, takes care of themselves, doesn't go too crazy out there. So Josh Hennig hanging out with you, filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Just want to remind everybody of the Phillies this weekend. The Phillies are not sending the best of the best to the mound this weekend. And I think that's part of the reason why, for me, I'm going to have to figure out how to watch this Apple TV Plus at home tonight. I have a login, but it's for the free stuff. It's not for the other stuff. So, the streaming the game at home is going to be a little complicated tonight. So, I'm hoping I don't have to watch the game on replay early in the morning before I come in here tomorrow for the locker room with Billy Schwein. Actually, I'm worried if I'm going to be able to stay up tonight. I've gotten so little sleep this week. Pitching matchup tonight. Kyle Gibson takes the mound versus Alex Cobb. Now, here's the thing with this matchup. Gibson has pitched well recently. Alex Cobb, he's like a steady Eddie kind of guy. So, the question is with this game tonight, do the Phillies have to win this game tonight in order to carry it over through the rest of the weekend? You saw what happened in game 1 of the Arizona series. They had a 7-0 lead. They lose the series. You could argue in part because they lost that first game. It was almost like they were so deflated for the second game, they just ran out of steam for the game. So, I'm wondering for this series, how important is it for them to win tonight in order to win the rest of the series? You got Gibson tonight. You got Syndergaard tomorrow afternoon. Suarez on Sunday. Considering the way Ranger imploded and ran out of gas, are we concerned that we got to win the 2 games for Sunday if we have any hope to win the series? Because Rendon is still pitching on Sunday, and I think Rendon is still a good pitcher in this league. I know people have, joked about, oh man, Josh, you think every pitcher is pretty good in this league. Well, first of all, I do, because it's the major leagues. All right. If you're a major league pitcher, I'm going to be a little concerned if you have anything under a 4 ERA. But here's the deal with Rendon. Rendon, I think, is a guy that's going to make big money this offseason. He has a chance to be a free agent. And I really do think that Rendon is going to get a really nice fat contract, because you look at what he's done outside of the Padres game recently. He had a stretch of games where he did not give up more than 2 runs from July 31st through August 23rd. He's a guy who gets hot and streaky. He had 10 strikeouts in 7 innings versus the Tigers, 11 strikeouts in 6 innings versus the Diamondbacks. He had 7 strikeouts in his win over the Pirates. He had some really good starts there for a while there. I'm not saying he's a great pitcher, but he's a guy that don't let him get on a roll. He gets dangerous. When the Padres got to him recently, the last start, it was because they got to him early in the game. They knocked him out after 4 innings. You can't let Rendon get comfortable against you, because almost every time he has given up a lot of runs, it's because teams start affecting him early in the start. So can the Phillies do that? They haven't always been a fast starting team. When they scored 18 runs the other night, that wasn't all early innings. That was throughout the game. They scored 18 runs. So hopefully the Phillies can take the game tonight, get a win on Apple TV Plus, and then put them in a good state of mind for Saturday and Sunday, and then carry that, because you heard Pete Thompson mention it earlier on Happy Hour Friday with Pete T. You're on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill at Happy Hour Friday. What did Pete say? He said that the Phillies are off on Labor Day, and PT was saying, look, he's worried that, no matter what happens in this series, it might not carry over when they come home from the West Coast. Well, there's a possibility of that. So a lot of moving parts with the Phillies this week. I'm very curious to see what happens with this team this weekend, because they have a slim lead for that number 2 spot in the wild card. They got to keep pace, because in the last 10 games, when you look around baseball, and I know I'm talking a lot of baseball right now, but hear me out for a second. You look around baseball, the Phillies are 7-3 in their last 10. Well, 3 of those losses came in a row at one point. So you look at the Padres, they're also 7-3 in their last 10. The Brewers are 5-5. The Brewers are the ones that are losing ground. They're 3 games back of San Diego. But you got to be careful with San Diego. They acquired Juan Soto for a reason. That guy, Juan Soto, is still a stud. And I think the Padres are a team that they have shown you the ability to be a very good baseball team. They're not going to win their division. The Dodgers are far and away going to win the National League West. But I told you guys before, if the Dodgers are the best team and the Mets and Braves are the second 2 teams behind them, where do the Phillies and Padres and Cardinals all line up? Well, I think the Cardinals have caught lightning in a bottle with Pujols hitting incredibly well. Goldschmidt having an MVP caliber season. Adam Wainwright having an incredible year at, what is he, age 40, 42 years old? It's nuts. So where do the Phillies line up with those teams? And I think the Phillies need to win some of these games in San Francisco to kind of, put the rest of the league on notice that, yeah, we had a rough series in Arizona, but we're not backing down from anyone. We're not skirting away from the competition. So, it'll be interesting to see what do the Phillies do this weekend, and we'll be talking all about it coming up on Tuesday when Mike Gill is back on the Sports Bash. I'll be back on game night here on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle. All right, before we get out of here, coming up next, I'll run it back with you guys. College football, last night's picks, this weekend's picks, all that and more here with me, Josh Hennig, on not game night, the Sports Bash. No game night tonight, best of the Sports Bash, because I filled in for the last 4 hours for Mike Gill here on the Friday of Labor Day weekend. Glad to have you guys on board. However you're consuming the show, whether you're listening on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app, wherever you're listening to, watching the show, we appreciate you being a part of the show. I thank everybody who has listened to 97.3 all summer long. Football is back, and I know that Mike Gill and myself are thankful to have everybody on board for another football season. Eagles, NFL primetime, college football games all fall long. We are your home for the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers in South Jersey, along with NFL primetime games, college football, Major League Baseball playoffs, and more. 97.3 ESPN FM.
You haven't downloaded the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app? Well, go get it now to follow all the Philly sports teams at 97.3ESPN.com. Powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City.
Look, folks, I got to be honest with you. Everything's up. Food prices, gas prices, pencil prices. I love pencils.
Everything is not up. You're forgetting about Springfield Mitsubishi in Atlantic City.
You mean they're not jacking up prices, Jack, like everywhere else?
Correct. And every vehicle is still $1 down.
$1 dime? You gotta be kidding me. That reminds me when I was a kid, my dad said, Joey, here's a dime. Go buy a house. But what about credit for millions of Americans?
Go to Springfield Mitsubishi, Atlantic City. If you bring home $350 a week, you can get up to $25,000 in credit.
25 grand with only $1 dime down.
Get new Outlanders with third row seating in stock now.
Look, here's a deal. Just get down to Springfield, man.
Springfield Mitsubishi, Atlantic City.
In Pleasantville, they service all makes and models. Springfield Mitsubishi AC.com.
Springfield Mitsubishi AC.com.
My first annual salary was a dime. That's the real deal.
New 22 Mirage 18.4 $1 down, $269 a month for 72 months at 3% APR plus tax title to qualify buyers.
Dak Prescott here. Why do I choose proven quality sleep from Sleep Number? Because better sleep elevates my game. Only my Sleep Number 360 smart bed helps me fall asleep faster, keeps me cool, and effortlessly adjusts for my best sleep. The result? 28 minutes more restful sleep a night. That's more focus, more edge, and more highlights. And that means more wins for all of us.
Save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed plus free delivery when you add a base. Ends Labor Day. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL.
Long weekends are all about getting a little you time. And at the Home Depot, you time means you building, you drilling, you doing, you recharging, you saving, and you going back for more. Do Labor Day your way and get a free 18-volt battery with select Milwaukee Power Toolkit purchases at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, Free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Are you doing everything to keep your heart healthy? Heart disease is the leading cause of death for both men and women in the United States, but it's also the most preventable. At Cape Regional Health System, we're ready to help with information on making heart-healthy choices, knowing your family history, and the risk factors for heart disease. To find out more or to schedule an appointment, call us at 609-463-CAPE. Do it for yourself, for those you care about, and for those who care about you. Cape Regional Health System, for a healthier life.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, beat the largest timeshare company in federal court and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-611-7272. That's 800-611-7272.
97.3 ESPN and TrackPhone Wireless want to share ideas with you for enjoying the great outdoors in South Jersey. Here are some popular outdoor ideas this spring. How about taking a walk on the Ocean City, Atlantic City, or Wildwood boardwalks? Or check out the perfect place to watch a sunset. How about the Point in Longport or the Cove in Brigantine? Brought to you by TrackPhone Wireless. Now you're in control.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. An oil change with quality oil like Castrol Edge Full Synthetic can help your engine get more out of every tank. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for only $37.99. Get what you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
It's an all-about-you kind of fall because beauty's biggest event is here with daily beauty steals of 50% off the must-haves from brands like Lancome and IT Cosmetics. 21 Days of Beauty has it all, happening at Ulta Beauty now through September 17th. Plus, discover new launches from Fenty Beauty and REM Beauty. So give yourself that new beauty feeling. You deserve it. Shop in-store, online, or try pickup today. Ulta Beauty. The possibilities are beautiful.
Don't miss the Atlantic City In-Water Boat Show. 4 days only, September 8th to the 11th at the Golden Nugget Marina. Free self-parking, live entertainment, kids under 12 free. Buy advance discount tickets at acinwaterboatshow.com.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
All right, before we get to the football picks, Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on Labor Day. Happy Hour Friday on 97.3 ESPN. I want to squeeze in a text here. Sam from Avalon wants to know, I don't understand why Apple TV is a thing. Barely anyone has it. Most people would rather just watch the highlights of the game next day anyway than pay for another streaming service. Do you know why they're making this Apple TV a thing? Well, here's the thing, Sam and Avalon. I appreciate you chiming in. It's 2 things. One, Apple TV is paying a lot of money for it. Okay, keep that in mind. You always have to remember that with Apple TV and any of these streaming services, these leagues like baseball are going to take any money they can get, okay? This isn't the NFL where they can pick and choose and have these massive bidding wars for college football or for the NFL. I think baseball wants to get into the digital space. I think they think it's an answer to some of their aging fan base. The problem is the metrics show that the young people are not watching on the streaming services as much as they thought they were. So that's a problem. I think the problem is also, I think they grossly miscalculated how impactful Apple TV would be. I think that the metrics show everywhere that Netflix is number 1, Hulu is number 2, Disney Plus and Amazon are 3, 4, depending on which metrics you use. If you're going by subscribers, it's Amazon. If you're going by watching hours, you're Disney Plus. Okay. So, and then Amazon is right there. They're a powerful streaming platform. I think that baseball would have been better off putting a deal with them for Friday night instead of Apple TV, but they're Apple with Apple TV. Apple TV and Paramount Plus and HBO Max are all fighting for that 5th spot. And I think Apple TV thought that doing the sports stuff was what was going to differentiate them from HBO Max, and it really has not elevated them. HBO Max has had a strong 2021 in terms of subscribers and streaming hours and shows streaming, okay? I think Apple TV has got Ted Lasso and a couple other really good shows, but I think that baseball miscalculated. I think Apple TV miscalculated as well. That's what happened, in my opinion, Sam and Avalon. I think that next year baseball is probably going to try to rethink their streaming. I think that they'd have some success with YouTube previously. I think the Peacock game presentation has actually been pretty good overall. I wouldn't be surprised if they stick with Peacock. Maybe they expand their role with Amazon Prime, because Amazon Prime is heavy into the sports space with the NFL right now. So I think that's what's going to happen moving forward. Good question, though, from Sam in Avalon. All right, college football. So we went 3-1 last night by accident because I didn't realize that the Western Michigan State game was tonight, not last night. It's a bad job by me for misreading the board. WVU covered the 7.5, and they hit the over 50.5. I was wrong about Penn State. Purdue, very much wrong. And Arizona State covered the 24. So tonight, I still like Michigan State minus 21. I just think that Western Michigan is not that good. So I expect, like a 30-20 kind of game tonight for Michigan State versus Western Michigan. Illinois, I don't know why they are a plus 1.5 on the road to Indiana. I love Illinois in this game. I wouldn't be even recommending just take the money line outright. I think Indiana doesn't have a good recruiting class the last couple of years. I think they're in a bad spot down there. All right, Saturday games. Here's what I like. I love NC State at ECU minus 11.5. NC State's returning 20-plus starters from last year, and I think they're going to be a threat to win the ACC this year. UNC at App State. It's currently Appalachian State minus 2.5. I think UNC's defense is trash. So whether you want to go minus 2.5 for App State or the over 56.5 in that game, I think either one will be a very good choice there. Cincinnati at Arkansas. Cincinnati graduated half their team from last year. This is at Arkansas. I think Sam Pittman is going to have those boys ready. KJ Jefferson is not going against the defense that Luke Fickell had last year. Give me the 6.5 on the spread. This is the game I'm really struggling with. Oregon at Georgia. Hear the game right here on 97.3 ESPN FM tomorrow. I like Oregon to cover the 17.5. And here's why. If Georgia wins by 17, you cover. It's a half a point. I just don't see a scenario where Georgia blows them out. I think Georgia losing all that talent from the defense last year. Nakobe Dean and Jordan Davis are both in Philadelphia, for goodness sake. So for me, I look at that game and I say, Dan Lanning knows something about Georgia, and he brought almost nobody with him from Georgia's coaching staff. You don't think he's trying to blaze his own trail? I think Oregon covers the 17.5. Georgia wins, but not by 18-plus points, in my opinion. Utah 2.5 at Florida. I don't care that's in Florida. I don't care about Anthony Richardson. Florida has to prove to me that they are legit to beat a team that was returning most of their starters from last year and a dark horse Heisman Trophy candidate, Cam Rising in Utah. Give me Utah minus 2.5. If Utah wins by 3, you cover the spread there. I have no idea why Kentucky's only 15.5 spread favorites against Miami of Ohio. I think Kentucky wins by 16 or more in that game. You can hear Notre Dame versus Ohio State here Saturday night on 97.3 ESPN. Give me the over 59.5. I don't think either team has a very good defense. Finally, you can hear this weekend on 97.3 ESPN the debut of Brian Kelly at LSU versus Florida State Sunday night. Monday night, we have the touchdown radio game of the week, Clemson versus Georgia Tech. I'm Josh Hennig. Thanks for listening. Mike Gill will be back on Tuesday. Have a great weekend, everybody.
College football on ESPN Radio.
You and we are built for this. Georgia has won the national championship.
Defending national champion Georgia jumps right into the fire in a Week 1 showdown against Bo Nix and the Oregon Ducks. Coverage begins tomorrow at 3:30 Eastern. Listen every Saturday for the nation's top college football action on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's football station.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. An oil change with quality oil like Castrol Edge Full Synthetic can help your engine get more out of every tank. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for only $37.99. Get what you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey y'all, this is your girl Cheryl Underwood, and I want to tell you something. My digestive system used to make me feel sluggish, but those days are over. Now I feel great. That's because I increased my fiber intake with the Metamucil 2-week challenge, and I'm still hooked. I just took Metamucil every day for 14 days, and it's really that easy. Metamucil traps and removes the waste that weighs you down, so you feel lighter and more energetic. Now I never want to go back to that heavy feeling. Are you ready for the Metamucil 2-week challenge? For a coupon and daily support, sign up at Metamucil.com today.
We'll get to more baseball right now. You hear him throughout the summer here on game night on 97.3 ESPN. He was kind enough to join us a little bit earlier in the day. Steve Buchanan from DraftKings. You also see him throughout the year over on MLB Network, and he joins us right now here on 97.3 ESPN. Steve, this weekend is going to be very interesting around baseball, Steve, because this is the first weekend of September. We're hot and heavy on the playoff races. Right now is where we stand. Is there a team or teams that you personally are zeroing in on?
So I gave out this thought that Tampa Bay could end up missing the playoffs, right?
Right.
And it seems asinine because they have the top wild card spot in the American League right now, but they also have one of the toughest remaining schedules left in baseball. And I talked about this on MLB Network. And then I somehow became acclimated with the fan base of Tampa, all 12 of them. They were extremely angry. They took it very personal that I said that. And the funny thing was, like, I didn't say anything disparaging about the team. Like, I didn't say they were bad. I didn't say that it was anything to do with the culture of the team, but people took offense to that. And they were very angry that I said that they have a tough schedule coming up. And what if they have a bad month of September, they end up missing the playoffs? So I will be focusing on them a lot because now people have made it personal with me. So now I feel a little obligated to really keep an eye on this team. So from a personal perspective, I'll be watching the race. But from a non-selfish perspective, in the American League, I think it's that final wild card spot is very much up for grabs. The Baltimore Orioles continue to win. They continue to defy all logic of how this team is in the month of September and hot on the tails of a wild card spot. The Twins are starting to look a little bit better. They're trying to get into a wild card spot too as well. I mean, we've talked about it before. The National League wild card is pretty much wrapped up for the most part. It's really going to be if the Brewers are going to make it or not, which seems unlikely at this point with the way they're playing. But the American League is kind of where it's at with that American League wild card spot. Very much up for grabs, and 4 teams are really in contention for that final spot.
You mentioned the Orioles. They're what, 1.5 games behind the Blue Jays right now. I gotta say though, if the Blue Jays miss the playoffs for the second straight year, I mean, what the heck's going to happen up there? Because you got all this great young talent up there on Toronto's roster. I feel like most fan bases of baseball would love to have any of those guys on their team. And it's like, if they can't make the postseason for 2 straight years, what do you do with Toronto, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with just that team had such high expectations. Like, I've mentioned it here before. They had the highest overall win total of all teams besides the Yankees and Dodgers. Like, this team was expected to dominate. Like, on paper, they were a very dominant team, but they haven't really got the offensive production that I think that they were expecting from a lot of these guys. Like, you couldn't expect that Vlad Guerrero Jr. was going to have the year he had last year, but it's been kind of a steep drop-off from where you saw last year. Bo Bichette has been really hot or cold all season long. Like, he was a massive playmaker for them at the plate and even on the field last year. Really hasn't had that this year. Teoscar Hernandez has been putting up some as good power numbers as he has last year. So it just kind of feels like this team is going to fall flat on expectations, especially if they don't miss the playoffs. But maybe our expectations were just a little bit too high because a lot of these guys were coming off of these career years. And then you add somebody like Kevin Gossman, who was like, okay, that guy's going to really put them over the edge. He's been great, Gossman, but he's been struggling at home. He's much better on the road. Like, there's just a lot of little things that have happened with that team that make it into a whole bigger issue. And I think that's been the problem with the Blue Jays. I think the Blue Jays end up hanging on and make that final wild card spot. But again, we're talking about where we just entered September, and there's legitimately 2 or 3 teams that are still very, very much in the mix. And that's concerning for Toronto because they have to go another 34, 35 more games to kind of put some distance between them and the other teams. But Baltimore keeps winning. I don't know why. I don't know how. Like, name 5 Baltimore Orioles. I can't. You probably can't. No one can except people in Baltimore. But they keep winning. And if they keep winning, we're going to really know who the Orioles are in a couple weeks.
The better part is the game should be how many Orioles can you name, and then count how many are actually not on the team anymore that people name. That should be the game.
Right. The first person people say is Trey Mancini. You'll say, no, he's on the Houston Astros now. And then after that, they don't know where to go. And they're like, oh, I don't know, Cal Ripken. Like, that's kind of where it's at with the Baltimore Orioles at this point.
Like, for example, like, does somebody come out and say, like, Chris Davis and, like, Brian Roberts? Like, is that what people might say?
They're probably still paying Chris Davis. I think they're going to be paying him. He might be, like, the next
Bobby Bonilla?
Yes. Yes, thank you. I think that's going to be Chris Davis the next, like, 15 years. Yes.
Oh, my goodness. Let's flip it back to the National League. You mentioned the Brewers. I'll get to the Phillies in a minute. But, I mean, has a trade ever, like, been more negative for a team than the Hader trade? Like, the Hader trade was supposed to be the trade that, like, fixed the Brewers bullpen, right? It was supposed to be the deal that, like, recalibrated them. And, like, the Brewers have a losing record since they traded him away.
Yeah, but to be fair, too, like, Hader has not been a viable asset for the Padres either. I think he just had his first save a couple of nights ago. But
it's the first lose-lose deal, right? I've ever seen.
Very much so. But here's the thing. It's like the upside you're getting with Hader outweighs anything that the Brewers could have got back on their side, right? And it just seemed like even though Hader has been a liability in that Padres bullpen, it just seemed to coincide with this massive drop-off from the Brewers because now they're struggling just to win games overall. And if they had Hader and he performed the way that he has with the Padres, well, then there's nothing to lose there, right? Because Hader was struggling anyways. But they get rid of Hader. They move Devin Williams into the closer role. But now it's like, well, you don't really need Devin Williams in the closer role because you're not winning games. So it doesn't matter if he's a closer or not. So that team is just really offensively challenged at this point. Like, Christian Yelich is not that guy this year. Rowdy Tellez, who's been one of the better power hitters, he's very, very hot and cold. Hunter Renfroe coming off a career year with the Boston Red Sox. Power numbers are still there, but he's not going to be a guy that's going to be consistently getting on base for you. He's kind of like the Kyle Schwarber of the Brewers, I guess you could say. Great power numbers, but overall, he's just not going to be that guy that's going to be consistently getting on base. So I really think when all is said and done, the Brewers are going to end up missing the playoffs. I really don't think they're going to overcome the Padres at this point for that third wild card spot, because it's either the Mets or the Braves as the number one spot. However, that division shakes out. Phillies number 2. I would be shocked if they fell out of that number 2 spot, and then probably is a number. The Brewers' path for the playoffs is extremely, extremely thin. They need to get hot. The Padres need to cool off dramatically. They haven't been playing great, but they really need to do a lot to lose that spot. And then there you are with the Brewers looking from the outside looking